The teenager in front of him accidentally obtained a shake system. You can roll the dice once a day to reset your attributes. But he shook it for 11 years. Each time his attributes are not millennial waste. It's 10,000 years of waste firewood. Now, the whole person is shaking day after day. Not numb, he swears. You must shake it to the best attribute before you start cultivating. The day was business as usual. Shake the spiritual root of the 1,000-year-old wood again. He was so angry that he squirted out 10 caddies of old blood. He sighed helplessly. Start shaking your own precedent rhyme. Just watch a flash of golden light. He actually shook out a super product with 4 attributes. Fairy weather rhyme. The whole person was stunned. Immediately, the whole person lay on the ground and laughed wildly. Next, just concentrate on the rattle root qualification. Now with this superb charm, what if you shake yourself to the age of 40? He believes in the near future. This immortal cultivation realm will definitely have its own place. The boy's name is Hanju. His parents were alchemists of the outer sect of the Yuqing sect. Iron Elder Witch. On weekdays, he grows pills for him. Just an ordinary person. But when he was 6 years old, his parents left Hanju and fled. So Hanju took over the work of his parents. This is with the 2 monks of the inner gate of the Yuqing sect. Suddenly came to this medicine valley. It turned out that Tai Lao went out to run errands. The sect specially asked the 2 of them to garrison this place. And so another 2 years passed. Hanju didn't even shake out a high-grade spiritual root. He had to sigh that his face was really too dark. I'm afraid that I won't be able to shake it to death, and I won't be able to shake it out of a top-grade spiritual root. That's when it happened. Tai Lao is back, and gather all of them together. Tai Lao first praised everyone. Everyone looked greatly moved. Hanju was unimpressed. That's it. Tai Lao suddenly called Hanju and the other 4 people to go to him. It was actually to give them the qualifications to test the spiritual root. Seeing this, Hanju was shocked. Didn't he never allow his servants to cultivate? At this time, he noticed that Tai Lao was injured. He immediately guessed that there must be some deception. But fortunately, Hanju has not shaken any good spirits. At this time, another little fat man was detected with a spiritual root. The iron guy immediately said that he wanted to accept the other party as an apprentice and take it to the outside of the valley to cultivate. The little fat man was ecstatic. Everyone also cast envious glances at the little fat man. Only Hanju knows. I'm afraid this little fat man will never come back. This world is terrible. I have to quickly shake out the spiritual root to cultivate. And so another 3 years passed. On this day, Hanju's house. Suddenly, there was a loud pig cry. I saw Hanju rolling around on the ground excitedly. He shook it out. A top-tier dragon with 6 attributes. Hanju was excited to start cultivating with the help of the system. But he suddenly thought of Tai Lao, a bad old man. The little fat man has been taken out by him. It never happened again. 8% has been cut. If he finds himself cultivating, that's dangerous. At this time, the system suddenly pops up a prompt. A small place can be chosen. The system helps create enchantments. Modifiers outside the enchantment do not detect changes within the enchantment. Hanyu Olsuviet. It's a heifer climbing a telephone pole. It's awesome and lightning all the way. I decided to start cultivating right away. The next moment he appeared in the system space. Just look at the options that pop up in front of you. At this time, the system prompts you to obtain the 6 reincarnations of the peerless exercises, and let him choose his main spiritual path. Hanju thought, the 6 realms of reincarnation must be cultivated together by the 6 spiritual roots. Immediately decided to choose sword cultivation as your main spiritual path. Then look around. All the aura was submerged in Hanju's body. Hanju suddenly felt that his body was full of strength. Then he looked at himself. Of the properties panel, I found that there was an additional relationship panel. Click to take a look. I found out that the relationship with the old man was hatred. Hanju couldn't help but grit his teeth angrily. Immediately, Hanju settled down. Start cultivating with peace of mind. Once settled, Hanju felt the aura of the earth, wood and water around him. But there is no fire and thunder aura. Don't think about it anymore now. It was decided to cultivate these 4 kinds of aura first. At this moment, the system pops up again. Hanju was given 2 options. Hanju feels that this system is too intimate. I didn't hesitate to choose the second option. Time flies and 2 years have passed. Hanju's 4 aura. Now they have all cultivated to the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. However, just in Hanju's thoughts, I can cultivate steadily all the time. Trouble came to the door. Said that just now, when Hanju was about to go back, Xing Hongxian, a disciple of the inner sect, found Hanju, directly opened his mouth, and asked Hanju to go to the grove with him. Hanju wondered if he didn't know him. Why would you suddenly let yourself go to the grove? He opens the list of relationships. Found that Xing Hongxian had a two-hearted favorability towards him. Hanju thought of it instantly. He didn't want to spend time with me. So am I submissive or submissive? Just when Hanju was a little excited, Xing Hongxian spoke directly. Let Hanju help him get the Iron Guy's order. Take him away from Yuqing's sect. Join the demon cult. You can also consider the reason for becoming Hanju as a temptation. Hanju instantly petrified on the spot. I rely on this woman to be a demon cultivator. Hanju immediately fell into despair. This offended the Yuqing sect. He has not been hunted down to the ends of the earth, but refused the words, "This which will definitely kill me." Although he and he are both practicing Qi for nearly 7 layers. But he didn't learn spells himself. It was decided that he must not be confronted at the moment. Hanju immediately said that he was not. I don't know where the things are. And there's your fellow doorman guarding in the attic. Unexpectedly, he was pressed under him by Xing Hongxian. Tell him the stuff is in the attic. As for the other person, he will be responsible for leading them away. Forthwith, just watch him pull out a large, round black pill. He said that he could help him turn on the spiritual lantern. There is no reaction from Hanju. A handful was shoved into his mouth and forcibly swallowed. Wait for Hanju to return to the house. The first time, I asked the system to help get the elixir out. When Hanju was thinking about whether to listen to that type of torrent. Again, the system gives you a choice. Look at the 2 options given by the system. Hanju chose the second one without hesitation. That night, Hanju was in the house to time. Xing Hongxian suddenly appeared outside the window. Inform him that he has found out the Dan spectrum. It's in the study. Later, he will lead people away. Let Hanju's hands and feet be sharp. Soon Hanju came to the attic. I found that sure enough, everyone was led away. Hanju pretended to come to the study. He pretended to look for it casually and began to steal. He kept cursing Tai Lao in his heart. And the witch, Xing Hongxian, suddenly appeared behind Hanju. It almost scared his soul away, seeing that Hanju didn't look for Danpu at all. Xing Hongxian was about to kill him. Hanju was so frightened that he crashed into the cabinet all of a sudden. As a result, a vase fell off the cabinet. As a result, the 2 Yara were dumbfounded. Then damp appeared in front of the 2 of them. Hanju's whole body was numb. It's too haphazard. Seeing Xing Hongxian, he pounced. Hanju thought to himself that this was to kill people and kill people. Unexpectedly, Xing Hongxian hugid Hanju excitedly. Mistakenly thought that this was Hanju playing romance with himself. Looked at Xing Hongxian's excited appearance there. Hanju secretly thought that she must not be allowed to get the Dan spectrum. However, your own cheats are available. When he flies, watch him pick up a brick, just as he was about to suffocate him. Suddenly, an attack hit both of them. Hanju was directly blown out. Nadampo also flew into the hands of one man. The person who came was the Iron Guy. It turned out that the Iron Guy had long expected that there would be a cat. I've been hiding in the shadows, just waiting for Xing Hongxian to appear. It doesn't seem to be the opponent of the Iron Guy. Xing Hongxian ran away without hesitation. At this time, Hanju, who fell to the ground, woke up. "See, Iron Man," immediately said, "Sir, you're finally here. I almost died trying to hold the witch back. Are you not accomplices?" Then Tai Lao asked Hanju to explain the matter clearly. But Hanju told the Iron Empress everything one by one. He didn't bother him anymore. Hanju saw that he had successfully passed the test. Hurriedly slipped away. At this time, the system also sends a reminder that the task is completed. Successfully obtained the Absolute Toe Excalibur. Another 2 years passed. Hanju has 4 spiritual roots. All of them have cultivated to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. There is still a gap between the Thunder Fire Spirit root and the 9th layer. You can break through this column aggressively. It's time for him to get out of here. Then take advantage of the twilight. He carries baggage. Left the place where I had lived for 20 years. He came directly to the gate of the Yuqing sect. This time he was going to be a casual cultivator. Officially joined the Yuqing sect. The man in front of him has the ultimate 6 spirit root attributes. But he only showed the 3 spirit roots in it. He was directly accepted by the Yuqing sect as an inner disciple. A set of luxury equipment was also given away. It is said that after Hanju left the Medicine Valley, came directly to the Yuqing sect. Indicate your identity as a 9th order loose cultivator. I want to join the Yuqing sect. The gatekeeper is preparing to report. I just happened to meet Yama, a man from the outer gate. Immediately let Hanju exert his aura. So he cut down a mountain. This move directly suppressed the 3 of them. Yang Luo didn't say a word and took Hanju to register. When on the road, Hanju asked, "Does the Yuqing sect have a place for thunder, fire, aura cultivation?" Yang Luo heard what he said. Could it be that this person is Lei Lingjian? Reggie said there might be an inner door. However, the qualification to enter the inner gate is to reach the foundation building period. But if you're a thunderbolt, maybe you can make an exception and break into the inner door. Hanyu immediately showed his thunder root. Then Yang Luo took Hanju to meet the elders. And then, Hanju casually showed his 3 spirit roots. In this way, Hanju easily entered the inner door. And I like to mention a luxury gift package. Let him rest first. When the great elder returns, he will take him to the inner gate. Hanju sighed lightly. This is not a good idea, and it has become a key object of care. But then he discovered that there was a fire aura here. Don't say a word. Immediately began to cultivate. When the great elder returned half a year later, Yang Luo came to inform Hanju as soon as possible. When opening the door, Yang Luo was surprised to find Hanju has been cultivating for the past half a year. When Hanju opened his eyes, at this time, he had already cultivated the fire spirit root to the 4th level of Qi refining. Then he and Yang Luo visited the great elder together. The great elder said directly to Hanju, "There are a total of 18 seals in the door. This means that there are 18 mission elders. As long as someone looks down on you, then you can directly become an inner disciple. Otherwise, we can only build the foundation as soon as possible. Participate in the sect competition." Forthwith, the great elder took Hanju's jade gourd and flew towards the inner door. On the road, the great elder introduced the elders of the inner gate to Hanju. Everyone's personality and spiritual ethos are different. Ask him what kind of immortal cultivation ethos he wants to join. Hanju thought for a moment. I want to choose a low-key penance. The great elder immediately looked at Hanju meaningfully. Then he smiled, and Jade Yufeng is very suitable for you. You're going to love this place. When they entered the inner door, I was surrounded by this view. Shocked. Originally, I thought that the Yuqing sect was just a small sect. I didn't expect it to be so big. The great elder flew alongside, while introducing Hanju to the kudzu tree place in the inner gate. When you come to Yuqing Peak, the entire mountain peak was deserted. The great elder said. Yu Qingfeng's coaching elder is the Sichuan fairy. His cultivation is unfathomable. I also like to practice and retreat. Therefore, the wind is not lively. In addition, he did not allow his disciples to have feelings. Therefore, resisting the wind is basically penance. Hearing this, Han Ju's eyes lit up. It's a paradise for yourself. Enter the main hall. The great elder introduced Han Ju to the Sichuan fairy. Fairy Sichuan asked Han Ju if he was willing to ignore the world. Single-minded cultivation. Han Ju was about to answer. Then I heard a voice. Yu Yufeng finally has a decent junior brother. I saw a girl in WoW come over. Han Ju then opened the management list. Found that Chang Yuer had 2 stars for her favorability. But Han Ju immediately replied, as long as the Sichuan fairy is not instructed, disciples can retreat for 100 years. Stay at home. Hearing this, Chang Yuer's favorability instantly dropped to 1 star. At this time, the Sichuan fairy asked Han Ju to launch an attack on him. Immediately, Han Ju gathered a sword chi with all his strength. Killed the Sichuan fairy like lightning. But when I was about to meet the Sichuan fairy, the sword chi dissipated out of thin air. Fairy Sichuan asked lightly, "You will do this trick?" Han Ju also honestly admitted it. Fairy Sichuan immediately said, "Let Han Ju stay in the Imperial Wind." Great Elder immediately left Han Ju with a meaningful smile. Then he left, but Han Ju found out. Fairy Sichuan looked directly at herself. Just when he wondered what was going on, Chang Yuer hurriedly reminded you that this is for you to apprentice. Only then did Han Ju react. Quickly knelt down in front of the Sichuan fairy. The apprentice Han Ju visited the master. Long live Fu. Hooray! Rao, as Sichuan fairy, was also speechless by Han Ju. Immediately let Chang Yuer take Han Ju to register. By the way, arrange for him to go down to the cave house. Chang Yuer immediately happily dragged Han Ju away. On the road, Chang Yuer boldly asked Han Ju to have something to do in the future. Just go to him. Chang Yuer's hooked eyes made Han Ju dare not look directly. Hurriedly said that he didn't dare to trouble his senior sister. If the senior sister is in need, you can command it at any time. This sentence of junior brother. Don't want to be happy for Chang Yuer. I've been in this wind for 5 years. Finally a good one. The attitude and character are also very to the appetite of the junior brother. You can't let him run away. Han Ju looked at senior sister's lewd expression. I couldn't help but shudder. This gloomy wind doesn't live up to its name. The female disciples are all jackals, tigers, and leopards. Soon, Chang Yuer arranged Han Ju's cave mansion. Also specially took him. I arranged it next to my own cave. When the senior sister left, Han Ju took a good look at the cave and got up. I can't help but sigh again at the luxury of the inner door. That's when I remembered the relationship list. The master's realm is Yuan Ingjin 3 floors. This is the strongest modification I have been exposed to so far. Such a thigh is going to be hugged by himself. Just as he was about to start practicing, the system popped up and gave Han Ju 2 options. When you see the first option, Han Ju was speechless for an instant. It's a little strange how my master feels. Unconsciously, 3 years have passed. Han Ju has been removed from Lei Lingjin. All of them have been cultivated to the 9th level of Qi refining. I immediately found my master. Ask where you can practice Thunder Reiki. Fairy Sichuan looked at Han Ju in surprise. Asked, you're going to repair the 3rd series of spiritual power casting machines. But Fairy Sichuan immediately poured a basin of cold water on Han Ju. As soon as the aura arrives, it is extremely rare to specialize in medicine. Not to mention that the future tribulation will be stronger. Even the time lost in cultivation is also a loss. Han Ju understood that Fairy Sichuan was doing this for his own good. But he has other means. Then it was indicated, I will spend all my time on spiritual practice. Seeing this, The corners of Fairy Shishuan's mouth turned up slightly. The inner door has a teleportation circle leading to the Thunder Spirit Pool. It didn't take long for Hanju to come to this Thunder Spirit Pool. He was once again shocked by Yukingzong's generosity. Originally, I thought that the so-called Lei Ling Pond was just a small pond. Now it seems that he is sitting in a well and watching the sky. Then, he found that there was only one person in the huge Lei Ling Pond who was cultivating. When I was stunned, suddenly, a tree trunk with a human face appeared behind Hanju. Suddenly, a miserable cry resounded throughout Lei Ling Pool. It didn't take long for Hanju to realize that this was a dryad. Sighed again that Yuqing sect was really willing to pay for his blood. You must know that the dryad can be called a cultivation catalyst treasure. Although I looked at the underworld a little. However, the cultivation efficiency in the vicinity of it will definitely double. I've come to the right place. Then he shouted excitedly. You must cultivate to the 9th layer within a year. This made the other person who was cultivating in Lei Ling Qi hear this. I couldn't help but be speechless. Is this a human language? It's still too arrogant. However, a year later, he was slapped in the face. Hanju is really within a year. Cultivated Lei Ling Ji from 0 to 9 layers. At this time, Hanju finally achieved the great consummation of 6 Qi refining. The purple electricity around the body is constantly entwined. The decision was made immediately to station the aircraft. The blue-haired youth in the field suddenly looked up at the sky. I saw a large amount of purple electricity gathering in the air. The coercion of this thunderstorm shocked him. At this moment, the dryad appeared behind the boy. A scumbaggy look. You must know that in this Lei Ling pool, the thunder tribulation is triggered. The power of the thunderstorm will be at least doubled. He told the boy to get out quickly. Prevent it from being affected. In their eyes, Hanju will definitely die this time. At this time, the thunderstorm finally came. Just watch that thunder tribulation turn into countless purple lightning and slash towards Hanju. What's even more terrifying, he actually absorbed the heavenly tribulation directly transformed into the power of his foundation. When Hanju finished absorbing the power of the heavenly tribulation, it's been 2 years. At this time, his realm had reached nearly 3 layers of foundation. Even the lifespan is almost 200 years. You must know that Hanju cultivates immortals just to be afraid of death. When snickering, 2 options popped up again. Hanju looked at this first option, speechless again. How much my master loves Qing Xiao. At this time, the blue-haired young man who cultivated in Lei Ling Qi came behind Hanju. In the summer, Lei Fengmo took revenge and asked for your name. Hanju also politely reported his home. When he learned that Hanju was actually the one who resisted the wind, Mo Revenge immediately dug up the corner. I wanted to listen to Lei Feng's cultivation by himself. Hanju refused without thinking about it. But at this time, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Hanju looked at it with a pleasant eye, immediately shocked. Just look at the state of the system that actually pops up a red string. Hanju was speechless for a moment. This woman is really miserable. The most outrageous thing is Xing Hongshuan's favorability towards him. It has even grown to 4 stars. I'm afraid this woman is not sick. And the other side at this time, Xing Hongxian is constantly evading the pursuit. He let out a long sigh, finally got rid of the demon cult, just when he was confused and didn't know where he was going. This matter suddenly came to mind of Hanju. When Hanju was about to stuff him with a brick, just blocked the attack of Iron Elder's large department, made Xing Hongxian mistakenly think that Hanju was protecting himself. It's a lifetime. For the first time, someone stood up for themselves. Xing Red Serum. It seems that Hanju is his husband. When Hanju returned to Dongfu, I was about to start cultivating. Then a bell was heard. When Hanju came to the outside of the cave, I happened to meet the long moon. Only then did I know that this was the master's signal to gather all the disciples. The two of them then flew towards the main hall with their Edgeworth. When Hanju came to the main hall, a large number of disciples had already gathered here. The appearance of Hanju also caused a commotion among many disciples. At this time, the Sichuan fairy saw that everyone was coming, directly opened his mouth, and called it. Order the end of the 18 sealing methods after that. Sanfeng will send his disciples to participate in the confrontation. Visit the demon cult in person. Hanju couldn't help but be speechless. Let the penultimate 3 peaks go. Isn't this a giveaway? At this time, the eldest disciple Lu Sanqing said, "We've been keeping a low profile, though. But it's not that he doesn't want to work for the sect. Master, recently, the sect has come up with an outstanding disciple training program. Concentrate on cultivating the most outstanding disciples of each seal. As the cornerstone of the next generation of the sect, you look at the candidate." Lu Sanqing proudly pushed his glasses. "Isn't this tailor-made for yourself? I didn't know that Fairy Sichuan actually let Hanju go." Lu Sanqing and Hanju were both sweating profusely when they heard this. "Han hurriedly refused. Thanks to the master." But the disciple only wanted to stay on the imperial peak and cultivate. "Let's give the opportunity to the brothers and sisters." Hanju also guessed. The master is suspecting that he is a spy of the demon sect. No matter what, it's better to refuse. Seeing Hanju's refusal, Fairy Ji Xian didn't say much. Let the eldest disciple Lu Sanqing take care of the house. Afterwards, Lu Sanqing specially came to Hanju to express his gratitude. Hanju smiled, "And I wish the senior brother all the best in advance." Chang Yue hurriedly rushed over at this time, said that he just brought his little junior brother. Senior brother immediately understood what Chang Yue meant. Before leaving, the senior brother was against Hanju. A meaningful smile was revealed. Then, Chang Yue said that she would take Hanju to do the task of the sect. Hanju immediately said that he could not go to this sect mission. "You can get it by doing sect tasks. You have a lot of cultivation resources. No need, senior sister. I have enough temporary resources." Chang Yue then said, "The contribution of the task can be exchanged for elixir." "How do you know that Hanju said that he was afraid of death?" Directly refused. Chang Yue was furious. "How could I be afraid of death by the monks? I'm not afraid of death. What kind of immortal is cultivated?" Chang Yue couldn't refute this. The Sichuan fairy on the side heard Hanju's amazing quotation. I was also speechless for a while. And so another decade passed. When Hanju came to this Lei Ling again, I didn't know that Hanju had just come in. The dryad got into trouble. I thought you were a genius. So many years have passed. Why is it still 3 layers of column base? Hanju scratched his head disappreciatively. All he was showing now was Lei Lingen. The other martial spirit roots had already cultivated to the 5th layer of the pillar base. At this time, Mu Revenge also came over. There was a girl behind him. Mu Revenge introduced Hanju. This is his sister Maju. Maju saw Hanju. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked, "Why are you still building the 3rd floor? My brother said that you may have built 6 floors of foundation." Hanju smiled. "Immediately sit cross-legged. It's about to start cultivating. Remind them at the same time. If you want to cultivate together, stay away from yourself." As soon as the words fell, it was just a matter of seeing that the surrounding aura was absorbed by Hanju. Mo Revenge was shocked when he saw this. The speed at which this aura is absorbed is even more terrifying than his own. You must know that you are building the foundation of the 9th floor. Guess right away. Han decided that there was a means to suppress cultivation. His true cultivation is not in his own. Unconsciously, Hanju practiced here for 8 years. He also finally cultivated the Thunder Spirit root to the 9th layer. Perfect girdle. When he saw Hanju, he was ready to leave. He said that he had an opportunity here. There are a lot of spiritual resources that can be obtained. Do you want to participate? Is it dangerous, but it comes with risk? Hearing is risky. Hanju turned around and left without even thinking about it. just when Hanju finished receiving the anger of the past few years. Mo suddenly found Hanju, said that he had something to ask Hanju to help. It's a great opportunity. As soon as I heard about Chance, Hanju couldn't hold back. I refused without even thinking about it. Speaking of which, I have to go back to cultivation. Then he disappeared in front of Maju's eyes. At this time, Hanju overheard passersby. Speaking of that big deal, Hanju was suddenly struck by lightning. Vanama has overcultivated. I forgot about this top priority. Now the master is afraid that he is not going to pick my skin. Hanju immediately found the Sichuan fairy, confessed his mistake to him. Fortunately, Fairy Sichuan didn't blame him. However, I saw that Hanju's cultivation was still 3 layers of foundation. I couldn't help but look puzzled. Hanju said that he actually built the 9th floor of the foundation. Hiding the cultivation, just wants to keep a low profile. This wave of operations immediately aroused a lot of favor from the Sichuan fairy. At this time, the system also prompted Hanju. Rin completes the 7 re-changes of the body cheats. At this time, Hanju found out that the master had accepted a new disciple. Immediately turned his head to look over. I didn't know that this person was an Iron Man, and the Iron Guy happened to look up at Hanju as well. The two just looked at each other. At the same time, the other person's name was shouted loudly. Tang Yuer looked curious. So you know each other? Fairy Sichuan said to Hanju at this time. This is a disciple of the new worship of the Jade Wind. It's good if you call him Senior Brother Tai. I don't know the expressions of the two at this time. That's as exciting as it gets. At this time, Fairy Sichuan also talked about business. Since you like cultivation so much, assign a task to the teacher. Go to guard the 10,000 demon realm of Yuqing sect. Hanju broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. This 10,000 demon realm sounds so good, but it also feels dangerous. I didn't know that Chang Yuer was excited on the side. It is said that that is where the Yuqing sect raises demon pets. I also have to go with Hanju, who knew that Fairy Sichuan directly rejected Chang Yuer. It's dangerous over there. There are often demon dragons and tyrannosaurs. There are also examples of disciples being brutally killed. Hanju, who was already worried, heard this. It's even more cold sweat. You can see the appearance of the Sichuan fairy. There's no chance of refusal. But when you think about it, it's supposed to be similar to zoo security. Just touch the fish yourself when the time comes. Immediately respectfully obeyed the arrangement. Then I went back to pack my things. The two left. Fairy Sichuan suddenly said to Tai Lao, "You're passed with Hanju. I don't want to care. From now on you will be brothers. It is only good for you to have a good relationship with him. As long as it's not dead, let the enmity be resolved. What this seat knows about him, he won't count you. In the future, Hanju will be a disciple of Yu Feng. It has been 1.5 years since Hanju came to this 10,000 demon realm. Every day, in addition to cultivation, is cultivation. This day is boring to brush the system's circle of friends. I saw that Maju was being attacked. I can't say that chance is really not a good thing." Then he stretched and went out to make his rounds. Every once in a while he would go out and make his rounds, in order to avoid problems with the monster riot. When he walked out of the house, a cute kitten was found lying on a tree branch. It doesn't look dangerous. Then he turned and walked away. Unexpectedly, the kitten turned into a huge monster. Suddenly, he sneaked up on Hanju. Moment. The sharp claws tore Hanju apart. Can be a second. Hanju turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. And the real Hanju had already come to the roof at this time. I have just officially launched the 7-fold change of body method. Each layer of this body can be divided into an afterimage. The 7th layer of the refining pinnacle can be divided into 7-fold afterimages. Just look at the 7 afterimages that Hanju has differentiated. Rushed towards the monster. It surrounded all directions of the demon beast. All figures cast the sword of toe at the same time. countless sword chi shot towards the demon beast, although only the main body will deal damage. But the demon beast couldn't tell which one was true and which one was false. In an instant, he was seriously injured by Hanju. The monster was injured and immediately ran away. Hanju didn't catch up. He sensed that the recent monster riot was a bit obvious. It was decided to report the situation to the public. After the high level of the sect learned about this, the meeting was immediately convened. They speculated that there must be a mole in the upper echelons of the sect. At this time, the head of the sect disappeared. They had to increase their manpower. The matter will be investigated clearly. 2 years later, Hanju was sitting in the 10,000 demon realm on this day. Inside the forbidden formation arranged, I found that this formation is a treasure. In the formation, Jin Dan can't get in, and the sound insulation effect is also first class. Whether it's cultivation or rest, it's perfect for it. Just when he was beautiful and proud, suddenly, a voice came from behind Xiaoyu. You are treating the 10,000 demon realm as a place of cultivation. Hanju then responded. But the next second, he suddenly reacted. He looked back in shock. I found a big fat man standing behind him. This person is not affected by the ban. Then the strength must be above Jindan. Just listen to the fat man. He is also a disciple of the Yuqing sect who came to guard the 10,000 demon realm. And say it at a glance. Hanju's real strength is in the 9th floor of the foundation. Seeing Hanju, he looked like he was facing a great enemy. The fat man told him not to be nervous. Also asked if Hanju took the initiative to come in. Your master sent you. It was my master, Fairy Shishuan, who sent me here. Hearing this, the fat man came up. Did your master give you any tasks? Even if I had, how could I tell you? But the fat man said that you were already in big trouble. For your master's sake, I can help you out. At this time, Hanju saw the list of relationships that popped up in the system. But it was a surprise. It turned out that this person was actually Li Jingzi, the head of the Yuqing sect. At the same time, he also loves the Fairy Shishuan. At this time, Li Jingzi was explaining to Hanju. The monsters here already have a tendency to riot. Moreover, these demon beasts are all under the Demon King Tiger Star White Dragon. You must know that the Tiger Star White Dragon will be retribution. This time, so many demon beasts lurked here. Prepare for an uprising. Before I tell you the truth, what the hell did you do? How can you provoke the Tiger Star White Dragon? However, at this time, Hanju had no intention of listening to him. His mind was full of Li Jingzi and his master, the mold of the Shishuan fairy together. He was furious inside. This fat man is not worthy of his own master. Under Li Jingzi's repeated questions, Hanju told Li Jingzi about the previous incident. I heard what happened. Li Jingzi thinks that the Tiger King must have been set up, consumed too much. Otherwise, Hanju must have been a corpse at this time. The colleague also asked what kind of body method Hanju used. It's even faster than the Tiger Star White Dragon. Hanju casually said that he picked it up on the side of the road. This makes Li Jingzi angry, don't want it. At the moment, it was decided to completely solve the monster riot. It has to be solved at the source. I learned about Hanju's body. Debbie Jingzi proposes to let him go and submit to the Demon King. Hanju turned around and left without hesitation. Bi King Sihurid Lu Stopid Hanyu. It means that as long as the Tiger Star White Dragon is submitted, passed on his Yuqing sect supreme martial arts and imperial clear tips. That's when the system talks about the choice. When you see the Demon King, you will get the Demon King's hatred. The attention of the demon cult has been visited. Hanju said and interrupted. Then he turned around and left. Was so angry that Li Jingzi stomped his feet there. I had no choice but to sigh. You see, I'm right. Demon King, Demon Beast riot. A few days later, Chang Yuer suddenly came to this 10,000 demon realm. Along with him were the 7 senior brothers of the Imperial Wind. Meng He turned out to be the Shishuan fairy who sent 2 people to live in Hanju. Subsequently, Meng he went around alone to investigate first. At this time, Chang Yuer told Hanju, the demon sect disciple may have infiltrated the 10,000 demon realm. The master told us to be careful. Hearing this, Hanju immediately proposed to leave the 10,000 demon realm. Tang Yuer was about to refuse. I saw that Meng he ran back with injuries. It turned out that he was on the edge of a cliff a few miles away. I saw a group of demon beasts trapped by the formation. As soon as I was about to come back, I met a Jindan demon. Hanju hurriedly took out the pill and gave Meng he to heal his wounds. At the same time, I thought in my heart that people really can't be outside. The end of the senior brother is proof of this. That's when they found out to their horror. A group of monsters is running towards them. Hanju was about to run away on the spot, but Chang Yuer said that she couldn't leave her post without permission. Hanju has no martial virtues. Then you stay and die. I will sing the praises of your heroic deeds to the master. Meng he no longer insisted at this time. As a result, a few people just walked out of the house. The attic was crushed by the army of monsters. A few people saw that the demon beast had no tendency to stop. Keep running. It must be the demon cult that is doing something. Suddenly, Hanju sensed a strong demonic aura. I saw a huge one. Diao's wide mouth bit at the three of them. Fortunately, Hanju reacted in time. Hugged Chang Yuer and dodged. It was the Jinan demon who had just attacked Meng He. At this time, Meng He slipped away alone. Hanju couldn't help but curse in his heart. Chang Yuer suddenly reminded Hanju in horror. It turned out that there were 7 Jinan demons hovering above the two of them. Seeing the big demon rushing towards them, Tang Yuer closed her eyes in despair. I thought it was a dead deal. But the corners of Hanju's mouth rose slightly. Just look at Hanju's body. 3 sword shadows of different colors appeared. It was the absolute that Hanju had obtained by rejecting Li Qingzi before. The 3 clear tips of the world sword method are recommended. I only heard Hanju gently spit out a chopping word. The 7 Jindan demons were instantly turned into scum in seconds. Chang Yuer's whole body was numb. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, he won't believe it if he is killed. At this time, I thought back to the look in Hanju's eyes at that time. I couldn't help but blush. The heart of the fawn rammed. But at this time, I saw Hanju packing up the demon beast corpse capital again. That foolish look. Suddenly, he was speechless again. When the two of them came to the teleportation array of the 10,000 demon realm, Meng He was about to rush to them excitedly when he saw the two. As a result, Chang Yuer kicked the door in the middle. Was so angry that he was beaten up. When a few people came out, Hanju for the first time, it's to take the corpse of the monster beast to exchange for snacks. Looking at the big bag of snacks in exchange, Hanju was so excited that he wanted to go back and brush up again. Chang Yuer saw Hanju's thoughts. Remind the demon beasts in the 10,000 demon realm. It is not allowed to hunt casually. This time is also a special case. While talking, he beat Meng He violently. Hanju could only give up when he heard this. It's better to close up and hang up. Immediately, the 3 of them went to meet the Sichuan fairy. Told him about the things in the 10,000 demon realm. Fairy Sichuan didn't say much after hearing this. Let Chang Yuer and the others leave first. Hanju was left alone. At this time, Hanju's heart was panicked. It's not going to have to settle yourself alone. Fairy Sichuan suddenly asked Hanju, what is the practice for? Just for immortality. Hear this answer. Fairy Sichuan was speechless for a while. Then he said that you have been in retreat and penance. It is impossible to live forever without chance. I understand, but the disciple wants to strengthen his cultivation first. After you have enough strength, you will look for opportunities. In fact, I thought to myself that I was unparalleled in talent and luck. I also need a hammer chance. Fairy Ji Xian was obviously not lightly angered by this goods. Press your temple and say yes. The teacher arranged an opportunity for you. If you make meritorious contributions in the 10,000 demon realm, becoming a core disciple is just around the corner. It's a pity you gave up, and the level of your cultivation is not even able to see through me. I can't help you with the exercises. So be it. Do you want to have your own innate spirit chi mansion? Except for the thunder aura inside. There are also other attributes of Reiki. Han Yulistinet excitedly asked where it was. It's near Yukingzong. However, it will be assessed in Inner Mongolia. Win the top 3 to get it. When I heard it, I wanted to fight. Han Ju retreated. See how cowardly he looks. Fairy Shishuan was so angry that she wanted to beat him. Han Ju asked again at this time, is there a Jindan or more than Jindan participating in the competition? Fairy Shishuan said angrily, do you think Jindan is Chinese cabbage? At this level, they are basically core disciples. Elders, deacons, and things like that. I heard that there was no participation in Jindan or above. Han Ju immediately changed his face, and this innate moved suit. I laughed it off. It is said that there are still 8 years before the assessment of Inner Mongolia. Han Ju took advantage of this time to plan to cultivate hard. Immediately came to the Wind Tomb. Strive before the assessment. Cultivate all 6 spiritual roots to the 9th layer of foundation building. At this time, he suddenly noticed a group of people not far away. It turned out that it was a group of people who were bullying one person. I thought that it was better for me to cultivate with peace of mind. But then the system suddenly came to prompt. A congenital transporter was detected. Whether or not to look at its origin. Han Ju was taken aback. The congenital pregnant person is the one who is being bullied. His name is Zhou Fan. It is the reincarnation of a Mahayana monk. There is a spiritual treasure hidden in the depths of the soul. Because the spirit treasure is injured, it must be repaired by absorbing the aura. Therefore, Zhou Fan's cultivation speed was extremely slow. But Ling Bao will soon be successfully repaired. Han Ju suddenly looked confused. Deshang Realm. It's really fierce. This is the life of the protagonist in the novel. I'm considering whether to help him. I helped him, maybe I can. After that, it will be a smooth progress. But then I thought, there are not a few supporting characters who are killed by the protagonist in the growth period. Immediately dismiss the idea of helping him. Or do you cultivate and become stronger? 8 years have passed in a flash. In addition to the water and earth spirit root, it is on the 8th floor. All others have reached the 9th floor of the foundation. Ling Qi saw Zhou Fan at the beginning. It turned out that he was confessing to a girl. As a result, he was issued a good guy card without accident. Han Ju was just about to walk over, was stopped by Zhou Fan. Because Mo Revenge always talked to him about Han Ju. He recognized him at a glance too. Just when Han Ju thought he was going to find his own fighting method. How did Zhou Fan fall to his knees with a thud? I heard that you were very popular with women. I would like to ask how I can pursue my sweetheart. Han Ju suddenly looked confused. Then I heard Han Ju honestly say, look, how have I ever been near to a woman? What is a woman? Root Avenue. The world is in the heart. You get what you want. Zhou Fan looked at Han Ju like a myth. There was a slight fluctuation in my heart. When Han Ju returned to Yufeng, the bell that summoned all the disciples was heard again. On the way to the main hall, I met the senior brother. I don't know. Senior brother suddenly asked Han Ju if he knew Xing Hongxian. Han Ju was taken aback. I just listened to the senior brother continue. Over the years, he has followed the Changjiao to lurk in the 10,000 demon realm. Fight with the demon cult. There has always been a demon cult trader providing information. That's what it is. Changjiao pretended to leave the Yuqing sect. Ambush in the demon realm. And this demon trader is none other than Xing Hongxian. He was forced to take poison at a young age. Threatened him to be a spy of the Yuqing sect. He has always had a hatred for the demon cult. I also tried to find an antidote at the outer door before. Later, this line of Hongxian was rescued by the master. The head of the sect made an exception and allowed him to become an inner disciple. Now he follows the younger sister in charge. It is necessary for real people to practice. He was also inquiring about an alchemist named Hanju. Slave, just right. We also have a disciple named Hanju. Brother, you said it was a coincidence. Hanju was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. That past was unbearable. Can only reluctantly admit it. Unexpectedly, the senior brother happily hugged Hanju. Rest assured, senior brother understands. It's just that senior brother didn't expect your qualifications to be so outstanding. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, he opened Xing Hongxing's panel. Seeing so much affection for yourself, I thought that I had cheated him. I can't help but feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. I have no choice but to silently wish in my heart that there will be no more suffering in the future. Wait for everyone to come to the main hall. Shishin Fairy said that the Inner Mongolia assessment began. Send at least 10 people per letter. Who would like to participate this time? Suddenly, everyone in the audience rushed to sign up. Watching almost everyone sign up, Hanju thought that he would also cheer. As a result, Fairy Shishuan was the first to choose Hanju. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Hanju's even said that it didn't count just now. But Fairy Shishuan didn't even look at him. Continue to choose other participating disciples. Wait for the personnel to be selected. Fairy Shishuan once again left Hanju alone. It turned out to be the background of learning that Hanju was born outside the door. There is no suspicion of Hanju in his heart. At the same time, Hanju was appointed as a disciple of Yuyufo. Hanju was taken aback. But at this time, the system became a personal disciple because of Hanju. A reward was also given out. Hanju was overjoyed, thanks to the master. Long live the master, long live, long live. It is said that after Hanju returned to the cave, began to accept the inheritance of the 9 dragons demon removal seal. This third spell is similar to the palm spell. With different attributes of spiritual power, you can play different effects. This undoubtedly added another whole card to Hanju. But right away, he was too lethal for his 2 moves, and worried. At this time, Chang Yuer came to Han. The Broken Cave Mansion took him directly to the list posting. Tomorrow's assessment will be arranged to go to each one-on-one fight, until the top 10 are finally decided. Then go to the inner gate of the city to fight. And it's all in the middle of it. Before Hanju learned about the top 10, there won't be many people who come to watch the fight. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. I don't want to be noticed. Hanju soon found out his name. Tomorrow, he is going to Tianju Peak to fight the law. Just as Hanju was about to leave, Xing Hongxian suddenly appeared behind Hanju. Happily shouted husband. Hanju hurriedly took a step back. The girl can't shout nonsense. Xing Hongxian pursed his lips and smiled when he was at the outer door. Didn't we say yes? Hanju was speechless, saying that it was just a joke. If you refuse, I'm afraid you'll kill me. It's okay, I take it seriously. Xing Hongxian smiled. Just watch him pull out a bottle of elixir. This is Yuqing Dan. I don't like to use it much. It is just right for you. He Han Yudificit. Xing Hongxian stuffed the pill into his hand. Feel free to take it. I can get the pills regularly. I'm average. But what does the husband need later? I'll do my best to help you. With that, Edgeworth departed. Hanju held the pill in his hand and was stunned for a long time. The camera turned. Inside a dark hall, Xing Hongxian and Jing Su sat opposite each other. You gave the Yuqing pill to that kid. There are regrets. I don't regret that the apprentice has fallen in love. On the day of the race, when Hanju came to the game scene, he was stunned. I didn't expect so many people to visit. How is Henema going to act? At this time, the system prompted Hanju to choose between them. Seeing that the second choice was actually rewarded with a spirit treasure, Hanju immediately chose him happily. At the same time, I secretly sighed that this system really understands me too well. He was confident that it would go on. You can shake to the point of being invincible in the world. Soon the game began. The Mo revenge brother and sister also came to watch Hanju's game. And yet in the ring, Hanju was embarrassed to dodge the other party's attack. And the disciples of the opponent Tianju Peak became more and more excited the more they fought. At this time, the audience on the field felt that this was too boring. They left to watch the battle elsewhere. Only Mu Revenge knew that this household was pretended. Then, Hanju also noticed that there were few people in the audience. The judges also snooze. I was secretly happy in my heart. Here's your chance. Just look at Hanju and gradually smile. Come behind your opponent. The next second, the opponent flew out. The loud crash also woke up the judges. Only then did I realize that the battle was over. The winner is Han Duel. After that, Han decided to use the same method. There were almost no people on the field. Also take a move to solve the opponent. Managed to enter the top 10. This day, and Han decided to cultivate. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. None of the leaves swayed. But he heard a gust of wind. Suddenly, wisps of black gas appeared out of thin air, flying towards Hanju. Hanju didn't say a word. Raising your hand is a 9 Dragons demon removal seal. Look at the black gas to run away. Hanju's 9 Dragons demon removal seal is like not wanting money. Carrying that black shadow on your back is a beating. Wait, stop. Stopped, and suddenly there was a wail from the dark shadow. The old man is the elder of the Yuqing sect. How could the Yuqing sect have someone like you? It's so disrespectful to the old-timers. Hanju was stunned for a moment. I saw that the old man continued to angrily say, I'm just passing by. It's all big tricks to the face. Hanju was very speechless. In the middle of the night, you moved strangely and uncertainly. I want to hum. The old man's cultivation of supernatural powers is like this. Do you know that the spirit is out of the body? However, the little old man was afraid for a while. What the hell was that spell just now? It almost wiped me out. Are all the inner disciples so rolled up now? Hanju had to report the matter to his master immediately. Frightened, the old man hurriedly stopped. Hanju also said that he was the Sichuan fairy and the Palm sect. At the same time, he smiled at the boy. Look at your bones in amazement. Do you want to inherit the mantle of the old man? But the exercises should be profound. In the entire Yuqing sect, there are only me and the head of the sect. This is a top-notch exercise. After the cultivation is completed, the flesh is indestructible, even if it is a person who is one realm higher than himself. It's hard to break through its defenses. But the more I want to practice this skill, you must first come from the palace. After Hanju saw the little old man's cheats, I refused without even thinking about it. I almost slaughtered the old man just now. How could it be so kind now? Afterwards, Hanju told Fairy Sichuan about it. Fairy Sichuan was speechless for a moment. The old man was restless. That's right, master. Is Tiangong's spirit great? That senior wanted to teach me. Who knew that Fairy Sichuan's face suddenly blushed very badly? It can be called the strongest exercise of the Yushi sect. However, before practicing, you need to cut off the human roots. What is human roots? The foundation of a man. Hearing this, Hanju was instantly speechless. Isn't that the sect leader and the supreme elder? Fairy Sichuan coughed lightly, and this matter should not be spread outside. Until the time of departure. Hanju still can't calm down for a long time. This is really ruthless. Soon it will be the day when the top 10 in Inner Mongolia will be assessed. Look at the surging crowds. Hanju secretly thought that it would not be good to act this time. Or maybe it's okay. Direct spikes. At this time, Chang Yuer also came over. Bring a whole team of cheerleaders to cheer on Hanju. Hanju suddenly felt a gaze at this time. He looked back. It was Zhou Fan who was staring at him deadly. His eyes were full of war. At this time, Mo Zhu also came to Hanju's side. Cheered for Hanyu. Lang Yuer immediately looked at Mo Zhu vigilantly. A strong smell of gunpowder suddenly erupted between the two women, who knew that Qing Hongxian also came over. also called out sweetly to the husband. Suddenly, it was like Mars hitting the earth. A thick smoke of gunpowder filled the room between the three women. Hanju saw this. Hurry up and slip away. Take advantage of Nima's curse. Finally, the first assessment officially began. It is Han duel against Zhou Fan. Zhou Fan asked angrily. Han would never say anything. I've never been close to a woman. Hanju was helpless. I'm also desperate. Zhou Fan raised his left hand at this time. A small black bell appeared in the palm of his hand. It's secretive. It was Zhou Fan's innate spirit treasure. Brother Han, you have to do your best this time. Is usually confident enough to let Hanju take the lead. Hanju saw that Zhou Fan was so confident. Also began to take it seriously. Zhou Shen suddenly appeared with 3 sword chi. Seeing this, Zhou Fan's eyes flashed red. The aura around his body suddenly enveloped Zhou Fan. It's the skill that his spiritual treasure has attached to it. Absolute defense. Hanju doesn't talk nonsense. The sword chi around his body suddenly flew towards Zhou Fan like lightning. And then just in the midst of everyone's stunned eyes, Zhou Fan's proud skill was shattered by Hanju's blow. The whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string. Everyone was confused. And that's the end of it. Soon the top 5 have been decided. The next 5 people will be drawn, pair to face. Among them, the red drawn is a bye. Advance directly to the top 3. Hanju smoked one casually. I actually got a bye. I have to say that this extreme luck is really not blown. At this time, Hanju remembered. As long as the first 3 can choose the innate axe. He is now in the top 3. Wouldn't that be possible? After a fierce duel, the top 3 have finally been selected. Just as the elders were about to read out the rules for the finals, Hanju directly opened his mouth to admit defeat. The elder glanced at Hanju deeply. It was announced that Hanju won the 3rd place. At this time, Hanju also received a reward from the system. Golden Cicada Xianxian 17 spiritual treasures. Automatically defends against enemy attacks. Resists up to 1 blow from the monk of the avatar. Hanju's saliva suddenly drooled excitedly. When the assessment is over, Elder Thunder Thief took the 3 powerhouses to the main peak hall. At this time, it was necessary for a real person to come to a few people. This time, the 3 innate caves as a reward were the first. The name is picked first. Look at him with his right hand outstretched. Suddenly, 3 balls of light flew out. The 3 congenital caves are each outside the 18 peaks of Yushi. On the edge of the mountains, these are balls of light from the caves. We'll show you the way. After the first 2 are selected, there was only 1 white ball of light left. The attributes of this cave house spirit skill are very mixed. The intensity of the aura is comparable to that of the spirit pool. Hanju saw this. Endure the joy in your heart. This is the most suitable for my 6th spirit root cultivation. Soon, Hanju followed the ball of light to his cave. Hanju couldn't wait to take out the golden-toed Xian divine clothes. He put it on immediately. After putting it on, it's like the emperor's new clothes. Can't see it at all. But Hanju felt a sense of security that he had never felt before. And so half a month passed. This is revenge with Zhou Fan and Mo. Came to the outside of Hanju's cave mansion. Zhou Fan couldn't help but wonder, is this really Hanju's cave mansion? Mo Revenge pointed to a few big words outside the cave. This look is undoubtedly the Hanju cave mansion. When Hanju in the cave heard Mo's voice of revenge, immediately come to the entrance of the cave. Wonder how they got here. Mo Revenge said, it was to invite Hanju to end the demeanor of the Qingming demon sect together. Hanju refused directly without thinking about it. Indicate that you want to prepare for a retreat breakthrough. Hear this. Mo Revenge immediately said that as long as he got the tribulation pill, give it to him first. Hanju suddenly stopped. Mo Revenge thought it was moving him. Unexpectedly, He was looking at the choices the system gave him. See this option. Hanju was speechless. Do you still need to choose? And so it was 2 years later. Hanju finally has 6 series. Successfully began to break through Jindan. It is said that every 10 mechanics are monks. Only 2 or 3 breakthroughs succeeded. It's not because of how horrible the catastrophe is. It's because of the demons in the heart. Rumors of the horror of the central demon. Even the immortals were terrified. But beware of the demon meeting Hanju, the 6th old. He regretted that he had been reincarnated. Just look at the heart. The demon kept tempting Hanju. You're already strong enough. Don't hold back anymore. Show the world how powerful you are. It is the only hand that asks for it. Or subvert all beings and dictate all things. In your thoughts, who knew that after hearing this, Hanju actually asked if there was anything else. Then he wiped out the demons in his heart. The next step is to concentrate on the catastrophe. 7 days later, Hanju successfully stepped into the Jindan realm. System and reward Hanju with a superb magic sword. At the same time, obtain the 6 soul-absorbing powers of the supernatural powers. However, Hanju is happiest that his lifespan is longer again. Then I set a small goal for myself. Breakthrough reasons within 100 years. Ready to relax? Take a look at the circle of friends. This look was shocking. Unexpectedly, I found that the parents and children in the sect were constantly attacked by demon cultivators. Immediately set off and flew towards the Imperial Wind Palace. However, along the way, the Yuqing sect was full of wolf smoke. There are countless wounded. Hanju hurriedly came to the main hall to meet the Sichuan fairy. Fairy Sichuan's eyes narrowed. You still know to come back. As a teacher, I think you have betrayed your teacher. Hanju was embarrassed. He was about to explain. Fairy Sichuan continued. The Jade Qing sect is about to usher in an unprecedented disaster. For the teacher to give you a choice. You can leave the Yuqing sect directly. Hearing this, Hanju's heart was shocked. At the same time, I also received the choice given to me by the system. He subconsciously wanted to choose the first one. But then he thought that he had a golden cicada magic doctor. I'm still afraid of a hare. What about you, master? Fairy Sichuan's face was calm. For the teacher and Yuqing sect to coexist in life and death. Case. The disciple coexisted with the master's life and death. At this time, Sichuan Fairy's favorability towards Hanju grew to 3 stars. Hanju suddenly had a thought. This Nima. 1 more star. Wouldn't it be possible to develop into a reason? Fairy Ji Xian couldn't help but be stunned. Aren't you afraid of death? Man is inherently dead, or lighter than a feather, or heavier than Mount Tai. I seek immortality, but I don't want to. Abandon the master. Kuei doesn't teach you anything, although it is not taught, but the kindness is deep. Master has fought for opportunities for his apprentices many times. It also helps the apprentices to settle some potential troubles. I keep it all in my heart. These words were Hanju's heartfelt words. In his own life, Fairy Sichuan is the best person for herself. Seeing Hanju's heartfelt words, Fairy Sichuan couldn't help but smile. My heart is full of relief. After Hanju leaves, Fairy Sichuan took out a storage object and handed it to Chang Yuer. As I said, help your junior brother. When Hanju returned to his cave, only to find that Chang Yuer was already in her cave mansion. It turned out that Fairy Sichuan asked him to help with the arrangement. The entrance of Hanju's cave house. Arrange a formation to hide the hole. If you forcibly break in, you will be in a fantasy and you will not be able to extricate yourself. At the same time, spiritual grass is planted in the cave. Increases the surrounding aura. Hanju excitedly hurriedly thanked his senior sister and master. Words of thanks are waved. How about my sister moving with you after a while? Hanju suddenly swallowed nervously. Said vigilantly, you want to rub the aura of my cave mansion. Chang Yuer suddenly trembled with anger. Cultivation and cultivation. I know that cultivation is dead. In this way, Hanju nested in the cave for another 5 years. Now it is the third layer realm of the Jindan realm. On this day, he was brushing the circle of friends. Found that Mo Revenge and Zhou Fan were also on the list. Again, I'm glad I didn't go with them. That's it. The system suddenly indicates that a precedent has been detected. Hanju immediately checked his origin. This person's name is Chun Sanson. It's a natural demon fetus. Now he is the core disciple of the demon sect. At this time, outside the Han Jedong mansion, a man in black was looking at Hanju's inscription. He wondered, how could there be so many big characters in this wilderness? Could it be a cave? But he didn't find the door. At this time, Hanju was at the gate of the cave. I heard Chin Santian say that he was a shrunken turtle. It is the chi that exposes the green tendons all over the body. When it was determined that he was the only one who came, he said fiercely, "Good." Without him, he is the core disciple of the demon sect. Congenital demon fetus. He is fierce and cruel. It's terrifying. However, at this time, he was lying at Han Shui's feet like a rookie dog. It is said that Chun Tian suddenly sensed a murderous aura. Haven't reacted yet. The three-sword chi were like lightning. Directly pierced Chun Sanson's body. The whole person flew out dozens of meters away like a sandbag. At the same time, three-sword shadows hovered above his head. Chun was so frightened that his soul was almost gone. Hurriedly shouted Senior, "Stop! What do you want to do when you come to Yuqing sect? It's all a misunderstanding." "Senior, I just happened to pass by here." Chun Santian was panicked in his heart at this time. I obviously investigated the Yuqing sect. There is no such strong sword cultivation elder. Could it be that this person is the supreme elder of the Yuqing sect? Hanju didn't know when he appeared behind Chun Tian. Chun was born with a demon fetus for 3 days. The great disciple of the Qingming demon sect. It is to hand you over to Yu Qingdong. What do you think will happen to you? Chun Tiantian's heart suddenly set off a stormy wave. How can the other party know his details? Chun Tian hurriedly turned back to beg Hanju for mercy. But when he found out that Hanju was so young, and cut the realm of the 9th layer of the base, could it be that he is the apprentice of his predecessors? Hanju was hesitating at this time. Kill him or arrest him. In case one day Jiang Jiao is arrested, just exchange him for hostages. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Santian suddenly rushed behind Hanju, hold the knife on Hanju's neck, turning back to the cave and shouting, "Senior, let me go, or I'll kill you." Disciple Hanju was speechless for a moment. "Interrupt me. I don't have a disciple." Chun Tian immediately threw away the sword in his hand. He was thrown to the ground, covered in cold sweat. "Senpai, I'm joking at the same time. Cursing in his heart, is this the realm of the 9th layer of the foundation? The trick is a ghost, and Hanju is also speechless. Great disciple of the demon sect. It's just that he's too weak, or the 3 clear tips are too strong." Then Hanju walked towards the cave. "Drop a sentence and follow me." Hanju originally wanted to hand him over to his master. In that case, he would have run away desperately. But he can only kill. But there was no strength to suppress him. Come to think of this, Hanju suddenly asked Chun Tian to stab himself with all his might. Chun Santian suddenly trembled. "Fortunately, I knew I was wrong. Come on, don't try it. In the future, you will always want to sneak up on me." Chun cried in fright for 3 days. I thought in my heart that I must be playing a trick on myself. Good to kill yourself. Anyu will speak less. Is it so scary to be yourself? This demon Dao great disciple is really too cowardly. He was then told to stay in the cave. Plant spiritual grass for yourself. Cleaning. A year has passed. Chin saw that Hanju had been cultivating for 3 days. I haven't been out of the house. I thought I was too good at cultivating, thinking of being a core disciple, but did not return. If this continues, it will delay the intelligence. Seeing Hanju cultivating so fearlessly. Just eat him. Immediately, The aura in his hand gathered. Xiang Hanju sneaked up on him. Hanju noticed the same. Just glanced back. Suddenly, the style of painting changed abruptly. Explained that he is fighting mosquitoes. Then he said that he was going to clean up. Look at the system prompts. Chun Tiantian's hatred for himself grew to 4 stars. Hanju was speechless. I never tortured him this year. Right now, the hatred has grown to the point of not dying. It's nerve-wracking too. At this time, Chun Santian was thinking about waiting for him to escape. Be sure to get back this year's debts. But suddenly, his eyes widened. I saw Chun Sansan's chest. A hole the size of a person's head appears. It was Hanju. Kill him. It's all a chance for you. You're not going to use it yet. At least the security equinox point has the value of exchanging hostages. There's no need for it now. Hanju was also at this time. Headaches. Follow the routine in the novel. Kill the little ones, and the old ones will come. Kill the old, and the old will come. Sure enough, just look at Chen's corpse for 3 days. A black gas slowly floated out. A figure emerges from the black air. It is very good that your excellency kills the loveless and waits for death. But you have the courage to report your name. Unda Gao Gao. What about you? The green spirit demon is called Zhang Sleepy Demon. Chow Chow. I remember you. Wait until you die, and then it will dissipate. At this time, the system prompts Zhang, trap demon, to have hatred for you. The current hatred of Du Wuxing. Hanju was panicked at this time. 5-star hatred is still there. Can be used to open the list of relationships. When it is found that the other party is only the reason for the 8th floor. I was slightly relieved. If you don't enter the gods, you can still bear it. How cool it would be to have such an intimate cultivation system. Just keep going on with yourself. The strength will continue to grow. Even the system will send peerless exercises from time to time. Small gifts such as superb magic weapons. Even on the 100th birthday, the system also gave a big gift. It is said that after 3 days and 8 years of sand and dust in Hanju, on this day, Hongxian came to Hanju's cave mansion. When Hanju saw Qin Hongxian, the whole person was so frightened that the whole person was distorted. Soon Qin Hongxian expressed his intention. It was up to him to take out dozens of square meters of pre-list. Proudly said that this was saved by himself for many years. Let Hanju enjoy it to the fullest. Hanyu's face softened it. Let Qin Hongxian take it back and use it for himself. I don't need it anymore. Xing Hongshuan's smile froze. Xuanji's face changed drastically. Could it be that you have only listened to Hanju seriously? I broke through. Don't talk about it. Miss Xing, if you want to be my reason, you have to practice well. Otherwise, hundreds of years will pass. I have to become an immortal. But thou hast turned into bones. Your affection is punishment for me. Xing Hongxian listened. I can't help but calm down. You're right. I can't hold you back. The husband cultivates with peace of mind. I'll help you ask for Jean Dongjing's cultivation pill. Hanju was stunned when he heard this. That's not what I meant. At this time, Qing Lin Demon Sect headquarters in a dark hall. Demon Sect leader Duan Tongtian. He is discussing with the 7 elders about attacking the Yuqing sect. They fought with Li Qingzi for decades. Li Qingzi deliberately did not return to Yuqingzong. Executive producers took most of their attention. At this time, someone proposed to directly attack the Yuqing sect. Immediately, everyone agreed. Only Duan Tongtian didn't speak for a long time. Liang Jiao led everyone to calm down. I heard him say slowly, "This work is about to turn into a god. If you succeed in attacking Yuqing Feng, you will be sure of it." As soon as this remark came out, all the elders looked at him in shock. The leader can have faith. This rudder has been preparing for decades. If you have been honest for a long time, you can wait another 30 years. I heard everyone cheering excitedly. Another decade has passed. Hanju had already cultivated Lei Feng's spiritual root to the 9th layer of Jindan. It was as if he had seen the cause beckoning to him. The whole person is immersed in this happy time and can't extricate himself. Suddenly, Chang Yuer was unaware again. Appeared next to Hanju. Hanju was haunted by his own senior sister spirit. It scared a lot. It took a long time for Chang Yuer to explain that she was here to send a genius treasure. Planted by the pool. It can make the aura of the cave more intense. Maybe it can become the best cave house for the aura of the Yuqing sect. Hanju immediately expressed his gratitude to his senior sister. Chang Yuer smiled and said that it was not a reward from the master. I also run errands. Hanju couldn't help but sigh. This master is really good to himself. Chang Yuer chatted with Hanju Eshian at this time. What has happened in Jade Yufeng over the years? When I learned that Tai Lao died 2 years ago, Hanju was stunned when he heard this. Listen to him alone. He wanted to see him before he died. I don't know what it is. Hear this. Hanju's expression suddenly became complicated. He used to hate Tai Lao. But now think about it. Yuan Lao didn't hurt him either. It can even be said that he was raised. But now that disgust is gone. There is even some melancholy. Senior sister, you have to control the current cultivation. If one day you're gone, the junior brother really didn't know how to continue. After hearing this, Chang Yuer smiled and said with a smile, I thought you didn't have me in your heart. After a little chat, the two of them chatted for a while. Chang Yuer said it was time to go back to cultivation. Strive to accompany the junior and disciple to walk a little longer on the road of cultivation. Although Chang Yuer is joking. But these words fell into Hanju's ears. But it's a sad truth. He was silent for a long time. Then I saw him write 2 words on the wall of the cave. Don't come in vain. It's the first good guy. More than 10 years have passed. Hanju, except for the roots of the earth. The others have reached the 9th layer of Jindan. On the day of his 100th birthday, the system has opened a new feature for this. Congratulations on turning 100. Turn on the mock trials feature. You can set the opponent's cultivation and strength level. Conduct simulated battles. It can also detect all living creatures within a radius of 100 miles. Copy its strength to fight against it. The outcome of the battle does not affect the actual physical and mental condition. Hanju was immediately overjoyed. It's a miracle. I haven't been able to figure out my strength. Now it's finally time to try. A mock trial was held right now. The next second, he was in a space. Then you hear a system sound. You can choose the characters in your relationships. When the opponent's strength template, he immediately chose the strongest coach. Li Qingzi next second, a person who is exactly the same as Chang Jiao, appeared in front of Hanju's eyes. Hanju hadn't reacted yet. Li Qingzi launched an attack on Hanju. How awesome is Hanju? Even the handsome and strong can't break through the defense of the golden body. He was beheaded by him in the forbidden place of Jindan. Even the demon sect leader turned into a god realm cultivator. Just one move killed him in an instant. Speaking of Li Qingzi, who was simulated by the system, as soon as he came out, he launched an attack on Hanju. Fortunately, Hanju used the 7-fold step change in time to dodge. Then go all out. Make a 3-clear trick. The sword was drawn and hit Li Qingzi. But wait for the smoke to clear. Li Qingzi was unharmed and covered in gold. It is the stunt Tiangang golden body. Hanju sighed that this stunt was really a bull's fork. Seeing that Li Qingzi attacked again, Hanju threw another 9 dragons demon killer seal over. Unexpectedly, he was broken up by Li Qingzi's punch. Hanju constantly transforms 6 attribute spiritual powers. One after another, the 9 dragons demon elimination seal collided with Li Qingzi. Soon, Li Qingzi was knocked out by the 9 dragons demon killer seal. Hanju was also surprised. The 9 dragons demon removal seal is obviously not simple. He actually forced the Changjiao to this point. At the moment, he is still reluctant to fight against the 8th floor of the battle. It can only be repulsed but not defeated. That's it. The system pops up a prompt to indicate whether to lower the opponent's strength. Look at this adjustable range. The simulated world is getting more and more interesting. At this time, the Yuqing sect master peak was in the main hall. The head of the sect and all the elders gathered here. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. Duan Tontian had successfully survived last month. Previously, he was consolidating the cultivation of the gods. At the same time, the head of the sect has asked for help from all the factions of the righteous path. But there was no response. In the end, Li Qingzi said in a deep voice, "It's up to me and Elder Taishang to deal with Duan Tong. My Tiangang golden body is the strongest exercise of the Yuqing sect. I hope to be able to fight him." The other side at this time. After Han Ju's continuous attempts, he's able to break it now. The Tiangang spirit of Li Qingzi with 5 layers of vowels, and successfully instantaneously kills it. Again, I say that this trial system is really good. Another 10 years have passed. Han Ju finally cultivated all the spiritual roots to the golden pill. 9 floors of Dzogchen today officially began to break through vowels. Just when Han Ju was beginning to cross the catastrophe, Chang Yuer was running towards this side in a panic. It turns out that the demon cult invasion is imminent. He wanted to come and tell Han Ju, and took him to Inner Mongolia to take refuge temporarily. But he saw Han Ju from afar. At the moment, he thought that Han Ju was breaking through the golden pill. At this time, he thought that if the Qingming sect came from here, wouldn't it interrupt him? You must know that forcibly interrupting the crossing is a big taboo. Immediately, he decided to protect Han Ju here. 10 days later, the army of the demon sect finally killed the Yuqing sect. Tang Yue disculpate. They were attacking from the other direction. Just avoided the junior brother's cave mansion. At this time, if you take him to the inner door, it will hurt him. Then he thought that Han Ju would not leave the cave as long as he did not leave. It's always safe. Edgeworth flew towards the main peak. He wants to live and die with his master. At the same time, he silently prayed in his heart that Han Ju would never come back. I don't know how long it took. Han Ju finally broke through to the innate realm. He found even the 6 realms of reincarnation exercises have undergone a metamorphosis. All spiritual roots are fused with 6 spiritual powers. Take refuge into a new and powerful aura of 6 spiritual powers. After that, spiritual power can be absorbed directly from heaven and earth. There is no need to cultivate next to a spiritual root. At this time, the system also sent a prompt. 4 breakthrough reasons. A supernatural power, heavenly punishment, ghost divine, sword will be rewarded. However, what excites Han Ju the most is his lifespan grew to 998 years. At this time, Han Ju was once again mentioned by the system. It's your sect, Yuqing sect. It is being attacked by the pure spirit demon cult. But that's not all. The system prompts again. Screen the strongest person in the Yuqing sect, the leader of the Qingling demon sect. Break through the first floor of the celestial divine realm. Whether to start the mock trial immediately. Han Ju subconsciously wanted to refuse. But then he calmed down again. You can kill it in the Jindan realm by yourself. The reason is now on the spelling of the gods. There should be a fight. Then the trial began. At this time, the Yuqing sect master sealed it. Demon sect elder Zhang, sleepy demon. Cao Cao's name was constantly being shouted. Let him come out and die. However, no one knew Cao Cao. Only 1 minute passed on the other side. Han Ju successfully ended the trial. He was confused. That's it. This is the most exciting scene in the whole comic. Yukingzong was slaughtered by the Qingming demon sect. Elder Taishang is in charge, and Sichuan Fairy and others are on the verge of dying. Just when the Yuqing sect was about to perish, Han Ju arrived in time. Save the people. A sentence of dog cultivation is also hot-blooded. The Yuqing sect master sealed it. Li Qingzi and Elder Taishang were under the pressure of Duan Tontian. The chisel is like the end of a strong crossbow. But for the sake of the Yuqing sect, they must fight. Duan Tontian looked down at them, laughing wildly. Just get down on your knees and beg for mercy. Perhaps this seat will make you less apologizable. Li Qingzi said hatefully, I am a disciple of the Yuqing sect. Even if you die, you will never succumb to the devil's way. Sola lifted the last of her strength. Xiang Duan Tong Tian killed the past. But the next second, it flew back like a cannonball. The Sichuan fairy not far away sighed. The Yuqing sect was finally finished. Fairy Sichuan couldn't help but think of Hanju. The kid is probably still in retreat. Then I thought of the other disciples. His heart was full of sorrow. Also more self-reproachful. The master can't protect you. I can only go one step at a time. Fairy Sichuan slowly got up. Even if it's death, he will also die for Yu Qingfeng. And at this time on the edge of the cliff, Maju was cornered by the people of the demon sect. To protect your innocence, he resolutely jumped to the bottom of the cliff. At this time, his spiritual power had long been exhausted. Not even Edgeworth can do it. He slowly closed his eyes. The last thing that came to mind was the man. I don't know if I'll be able to meet him in the next life. But that's it. A familiar voice rang in my ears. He snapped his eyes open. I found that the man I was thinking about was hugging me. The people of the demon cult behind him were all reduced to pulp. Mo Zhu wondered if he had entered heaven. Soon Han Zhu found Mo for revenge. Directly threw the ink bamboo to him. He flew towards the main peak. By the way, the 3 golden pills that besieged Mo's revenge were given seconds. He could feel the powerful pressure coming from the main peak. I hope I can catch up. At this moment, he sensed Chang Yuer's breath. At this time, Chang Yuer and the others were surrounded by a group of demon cultivators. Just when they were ready to fight hard, suddenly, 3 flashes flew from a distance. The next second, demon cultivation is like a watermelon ninja that has been split in half. Chang Yuer and the others were stunned. Han Zhu didn't linger for a moment. Continued to fly towards the main peak. At this time, somewhere in the woods, a one-eyed dragon is forcing Xing Hongxian to do his own way. How could Xing Hongxian come from? Just as the one-eyed dragon was ready to kill him, Xing Hongxian was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Husband, the one-eyed dragon thought that Xing Hongxian was obedient. Didn't know that Hanju was already red-eyed. Appeared behind him. It was solved with just one move. The second disciple of the demon suppression sect. After telling Xing Hongxian to find a place to hide, he continued to rush towards the main peak. The system prompts at this time. Xing Hongxuan's favorability towards himself has been raised to 6 stars. Hanju couldn't help but smile bitterly at my damned charm and strength. And at this time, above the main peak, elderly Qingzi is too high, as well as Sichuan Fairy and others. They were all seriously injured. Among them, Li Qingzi and Elder Taishang were the most miserable. Duan Tongtian looked at the people under his feet from above. In the next second, he came to the front of the Sichuan Fairy. Fairy Sichuan still refuses to give up. Guess how many people are still alive in the Yuqing sect? With that, he raised his hand to the Sichuan Fairy. Deliver the fatal blow. It's at this critical juncture. Hanju appeared in time. Rescued the Sichuan Fairy. It was the first time he had seen him so embarrassed. Asked with concern, Master, are you okay? Fairy Sichuan's eyes widened when she saw Hanju. But in the next second, he punched Hanju in the face. What are you here for? Let's go, be obedient. How far to escape? How far to escape? From now on, you are no longer a disciple of the Yuqing sect. Duan Tongtian felt that he was being ignored. Suddenly annoyed and embarrassed into an angry boy. Enough to hit you if you kneel down and kowtow 3 times. I'll spare your life. Give you the opportunity to join the pure spirit demon sect. At this time, the system also pops up 2 options. However, Hanju was not affected by this choice. The reason why he's here, it's a decision in my heart. Just watch him walk into Duan Tongtian step by step. His blood was already boiling. Dog Xiao is also hot-blooded. At this moment, Chow Chow suddenly heard a voice. Just watch Zhang, sleepy demon, suddenly appear behind Hanju. Duan Tongtian smiled. You don't have to make a move. With the strength of the trapped demon elder, one person can crush 2 buckets. However, the voice just fell. Zhang's sleepy demon flew out like a cannonball. Everyone stared at this scene, and their jaws dropped. Hanju looked at Duan Tongtian with a smile. You ready? I'm going to send you on your way. And Zhang Kimo, who was knocked away at this time. Embarrassed, he got up from the ground. He roared in anger, sacrificed his most powerful magic weapon, rushed towards Hanju. Hanju slowly raised his left hand. Just stick out 1 index finger. 3 cleaning has been seen. It's just a moment. An invincible elder of the Qingming demon sect was shot in the head by Hanju. Everyone was taken aback by the blow. Duan Tongtian had a playful smile on his face at this time. You can grow at a young age. My name is Elder. Why don't you come to my demon sect, the Emperor of Finance? This seat can be given to you. The words are not finished yet. 3 sword shadows has come to the front of Duan Tongtian. Can be a second. A red shield appeared in front of him, blocked these 3 sword shadows. Han Jujin himself. The Sanqing shadow sword was blocked so easily. I couldn't help but wonder what was behind him. Behind this seat is a congenital black porcelain female, thin and can absorb spiritual power. It is also immune to most attacks, unless your spiritual power is stronger than this seat. Otherwise, you won't be able to touch this seat. This seat has already given you a chance. Blame you for being pretentious. Between words, Duan Tongtian suddenly erupted with the terrifying coercion of the gods, enveloping the entire Yuqing sect. In an instant, all the disciples of the Yuqing sect who were fighting, they all looked at the main tomb in horror. I want everyone in the Yuqing sect to die in front of you. I see how you want to protect the whole Yuqing sect. Hanju had already taken out the Qilin sword at this time. I'm done. What other last words did you not say? As he spoke, Hanju raised the Qilin sword in his hand. Get ready to unleash your powers. But Tongtian laughed wildly. The last words are still left to you. But suddenly he couldn't laugh anymore. With the release of Hanju's supernatural powers, he sensed that he was locked in by something. The body is unable to move. Divide well. And this divine pain is Hanju's heavenly punishment ghost divine sword. The sword Aura swept by. Duan Tongtian was as if he had been evaporated by high temperatures, dissipated between heaven and earth. No one knows. Today is the first time I've been intimidated. Yuan Ying's palm is really big. However, Hanju sensed it at this time. Duan Tongtian's Yuan Shun escaped this hidden danger. Don't leave a mystery behind. Chased after the original god, and at this time on the ruins, Duan Tongtian's Yuan Shun was trembling constantly. Thankfully, I was able to run fast. Who is this man sacred? Changshan Zhao Zilong. This voice suddenly frightened the broken sky. It depends on Han never knowing when he appeared in Duan Tongtian's body. Hoyu Qingzong and Qingling demon sect fought for 100 years. That's the end of today. He raised his left hand. Unleash the supernatural powers of the 6 realms of reincarnation. 6 soul-sucking paths. Duan Tongtian suddenly screamed miserably. Zhao Zilong's imperial demon sect will not let you go. Didn't shout a few words. His original god was refined by Hanju. Hanju was wondering what the hell the demon sect was. I heard 2 system prompts. You succeeded in killing the gods. Obtain a bottle of divine pill. Eliminate evil and create hatred for you. The current aggro level is 5 stars. Hanju looked confused. Who is the elimination of evil? You can imagine. This young man in front of him is a bit of a two-handed man. Just as a human being, kill the god realm in seconds. Single-handedly save the entire Yuqing sect. It is said that Hanju killed the Queen of Heaven. Suddenly received the 5-star hatred of Shao Crocodile. He immediately opens the list of relationships. found that Xiao Crocodile was actually proud to enter the second floor. Hanju was speechless for a moment. I knew that there would be older ones looking for trouble. That's when everyone suddenly noticed. The innate black magnet that broke through the sky emitted an anomaly. Just look at the smoke coming out of the innate black magnet. A suspended figure emerges from the smoke. Daoyu is really a good supernatural power. Yuan Ying's slashing god opened Wu's eyes. Hanju was about to raise his sword and slash the past. The other party said, I am honored and need a great monk. Your supernatural powers can't kill our primordial gods. But Duan Tantian can buy a little time. Nothing will be enough to recover this point. Hearing this, the real person was shocked. What kind of person is Rong Su? I am Xiao Yi, the elder of the Northern Zhou demon sect. No less planning for many years. But I didn't count you. This account is none. Reporter, what do you mean? The interruption just now was just stalling for time. Actually, it's for you. That's nature. This waste has nothing to say. No one in Qingdong is his opponent. Can make me. Speaking of which, Xiao Yi reacted. Boy, if you want to do a routine, look at your primordial spirit is different from ordinary people. The original God is not the ontological receptive. Destruction or physical destruction, right? Eliminate evil and snort. You are not qualified to know. I just don't bother to bully Becky. I have sent the news back to the demon sect, waiting for the revenge of the demon sect. After saying goodbye, it dissipated. Li Qingzi only understood at this time. Qingming is called the secret plot of the 10,000 demon realm. It turned out to be arranged by the demon sect. Then he turned his head to look at Hanju. The top priority is to exterminate all the demon cultivators in the sect. Hanju excuses you. Half the story. Found that Hanju ignored him at all. Came directly behind the Sichuan ferry to heal his wounds. I heard that Li Qingzi let himself go and destroy the demon sect. He refused without thinking about it. No, the master is the most important. Go, and go to yourselves. Joking that if he killed the entire demon cult, that fame must not be blown up. People are afraid of the pearl and afraid of crashing. Fairy Sichuan heard. The corners of his mouth turned slightly. At this time, there were the elders. They all cast envious glances at the Sichuan fairy. Elder Lei asked Han Daoyu at this time, where did it come from? With your origins, it is definitely not a disciple that my Yuqing sect can cultivate. Why you have to know each other? You just need to know that I am now a disciple of the Yuqing sect. I won't harm Yuqingzong. Just as the crowd spoke, the other elders of the demon sect arrived. But I couldn't see the figure of Dun Tangshan at all. Instead, he also saw Zhang Kunmo's corpse. Then the parent and child, at this time pregnant feet, are the only remaining aura in the body. Immediately, the voice resounded throughout the entire Yuqing sect. The demon sect leader Duan Tantian is dead. The disciples of the Yuqing sect listened to the order to kill all the demon cultivators in the sect. When the people of the demon sect heard that their sect leader was actually hanging, immediately frightened, he fled in all directions. And the disciples of the Yuqing sect suddenly became passionate. They chased after the people of the demon sect and beat the lost dogs. I saw the demon cultivators fleeing in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Li Qingzi looked at Hanju at this time. His eyes became fiery. Cultivate it yourself. It can no longer be broken. This son must be left in the Yuqing sect. And immediately it was announced to the people that it would be from this day onwards. Hanju is the deputy sect master of the Yuqing sect. I'm against it. Just saw Hanju appear in front of Li Qingzi in an instant. I just want to cultivate. Being a deputy sect master is so tiring. How can I have time to cultivate? Li Qingzi heard this. I can't help but get tangled. In the end, it was Elder Taishang who proposed it. Then make him a nominal elder. Enjoy the treatment of the deputy suzerain. Unless the sect is in trouble, no one is allowed to disturb you on weekdays. Han Yu immediately nodded in satisfaction. That's exactly what I like. Then, Hanju suddenly said, saying that the person just now was prosperous and quiet. Wouldn't he be Wu Gang? As you guessed before, he really only has the primordial god left. But Tong Tian was probably willing to help him restore his physical body. To get a breakthrough, the reason for the procrastination. It should be with the help of some kind of secret method to absorb the aura and vitality of the Yuqing sect. In this northern week, it's the end of the world from where we are. Even if you dare to come, my righteous allies won't let him mess around. Then Hanju was still insecure. Or step up the retreat. Transcend the realm of glory and vanity as soon as possible. Since the end of the war between the Jade Qingzong and the Qingling demon sect, there is a mysterious legend of the gate quietly circulating in the Yuqing sect. This time, when the Yuqing sect was in danger. Thanks to the elder of our sect slashing gods, he slashed the gods with a sword. Turn the corner. Hear what Fairy Sichuan said. Suddenly, there is a large number of fans and sisters of the slashing elder in the audience, gushing out. Then the Sichuan fairy let everyone leave. It was Hanju who was left alone. Fairy Sichuan and Hanju were silent for a moment. Fairy Sichuan said faintly, "Don't you have anything to say?" Hanju suddenly wondered, "What am I going to say? Say who you really are. What is the purpose of coming to Yuqing sect? Li Qingzi cannot care. I'm going to have to figure it out as a master. No wonder you haven't needed my teaching. I should in the future. Let's call you Han Daoyu." Hanju was speechless after hearing this. The background of the apprentice. "You should have already learned from senior brother Tai. You don't believe in my talent." Fairy Sichuan's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "Even if you are extremely talented. But how did you get those exercises?" Hanju also realized at this time. The vowel palm god is outrageous. No one will believe it. Plus, I've been on my own, but you can get access to high-quality resources. Say no problem. Fools don't believe it. In the end, Hanju came up with a suitable reason. So Hanju began his story. Once upon a time, there was a child who loved to eat animal milk. Every day is carefree. Someday, he was under an old willow tree blackened by lightning. A ring was found, just as he was about to hand it over to the police uncle. Suddenly, an immortal popped out of the ring. The immortal took a fancy to him at a glance. "Accept him as a disciple. Look at your bones. It must be a peerless genius who is unique in 10,000. When we meet, we are fated. The old man only has the yellow evil exercise to give you." Since then, the immortals often dreamed of themselves. He also said that I would become a god. But it was ill-fated, so I went into retreat all day. Don't dare to cause trouble. Bien Dao, Hanju, and himself felt that he was off the score. I guess the master won't believe it. Who knew that Fairy Sichuan actually believed it? Legend has it that there was a similar precedent. Fairy Sichuan threw out another question at this time. "Case. That's when you had to come forward. Yuqingzong didn't treat you well. I believe that you did not take the Yuqing sect as your home either." "Indeed it is. But I lived for 100 years. There aren't many people who care about it. It just happened to be in the Yuqing sect. The most important of them all. I also want to live and die with Yuqing sect." At this time, the system sends a prompt. Fairy Sichuan's opinion of you has increased to 3.5 stars. Then the Sichuan fairy was also said by this sentence. "The heart is beautiful." Fairy Sichuan hurriedly changed the topic. "So what are your plans for the future? Continue the retreat." "Yes. God knows when the content of the false demon will be killed. I've got to hurry up and get stronger." So the Sichuan fairy let Hanju leave. When Hanju returned to Dongfu, thinking of the attitude of the elders towards him before, compare it to the current attitude. That's a world of difference. Is this the legendary pretending? It feels really good. Sure enough, everything is based on strength. It seems that it is right that I have been practicing in retreat. Let's keep doing my best to cultivate like this from now on. That's it. Chang Yuer came over with a bunch of genius treasures again. Prepare to help Han Ju move the spirit grass and spirit array. Just upgrade it. Han Ju also thanked and laughed again and again. You're already an elder of the gods. Can I still be your senior sister? At this time, the system prompts, the favor of the senior sister has reached 5.5 stars. Unbeknownst to him, Han Ju suddenly slammed his senior sister against the wall. As long as the senior sister cultivates seriously, do not salted fish, will always be my senior sister. This operation immediately made Chang Yuer's face flushed. Han Ju leaned into Chang Yuer's ear at this time. Quietly said, senior sister, I have a request. Chang Yuer agreed without thinking about it. Han Ju suddenly showed the smile of an old witch. Trouble senior sister to get another magic circle for the cave. Fire prevention, anti-theft, and anti-senior sister. Over the next 3 years, Yukingzong beat the bereaved dog. In the end, the pure spirit demon sect, which had been for 100 years, was completely destroyed. The entire great banquet cultivation realm was shocked. The name of the god-slaying elder also spread in the cultivation realm. Han Ju also reached the second level of reason. That's when the system suddenly sent a message. Triggers a hidden achievement. Gain an additional artifact with a demon rope. And a spell cheats book for 1,000 thunderstorms. Everyone else is a master who gives his apprentice a chance. But Han Ju not only picked up an innate rally for nothing. Be an apprentice. Also got a great opportunity from him. This jade breeze attacked the thunderclouds on the inner doors suddenly. The terrifying heavenly power shrouded the 18 peaks. Let everyone be scared. The elders thought that another demon cult was coming. One by one, they have to prepare for the battle. At this time, Elder Taishang's eyes glowed with golden light and looked at the thunderclouds. Then he calmly said that the source was on the side of Han Ji's territory. The elders listened. That's nothing. Let's go back to each house and find my own mother. At this time, Han Ju caused such a big movement here. It was in the cultivation of the newly acquired spell, Dakian Thunderstorm. This spell can hook the heaven and earth thunder spirit weapon. Unleash a world-shattering thunderstorm. Han Ju felt the power of this spell. The heart is beautiful. Finally, there's a skill with a wide area of damage. At this moment, Li Qingzi suddenly found Han Ju, smiled, and said that he had something to say to Han Ju. When the two came to Han Ju's cave house, Li Qingzi said that this cave house is indeed a little smaller. How about moving to the main peak to cultivate? It's big and comfortable over there. Looked at Li Qingzi's ill-intentioned eyes. Han Ju refused without thinking about it. Seeing Han Ju refuse, Li Qingzi didn't force it. Also said that he would help him build this into a congenital cave mansion. Then he explained the real intention of this time. Is Elder Han willing to accept disciples? Hearing this, Han Ju was stunned. This subqualification is excellent. Elder Han usually has time to give some pointers. Just look at Li Qingzi beckoning. A man walked in from outside. At this time, the system suddenly prompts that the congenital transporter has been detected. Suddenly, all the information about this person appeared in front of Han Ju's eyes. Yang Tiandong contains the blood of the waste. Half human, half demon outside. Imprisoned by the Qingming demon cult. Later, he was rescued by Yukingzong. After seeing it, Han must not sigh. Another protagonist template. Helplessly, Han decided to agree. Apprentices can. However, Yuqing's sex exercises had to be left to his choice. I'm only responsible for imparting magical powers. Li Qingzi was immediately pleased. The impression is that this is Li Qingzi. I came over with a big suitcase. These are the tokens that represent your God Slayer Elder. You can send it to your disciples later. Seeing this, Han Ju was speechless. Is this for me to accept a disciple from the company? Don't say anything about Han Ju yet. Li Qingzi hurriedly slipped away. At this time, Han Ju looked at Yang Tiandong. The teacher has calculated your coming. Your name is Yang Tiandong. half human, half demon. I've been imprisoned by the Qingming demon sect, right? As soon as this remark came out, Yang Tiandong looked up in astonishment. A look of shock. Before coming, Li Qingzi specially explained, "Don't tell Hanju about your past." Unexpectedly, Hanju actually calculated it directly. Yang Tiandong was completely convinced of his master. It can all be counted. In vain admired. At this time, the system prompts, Yang Tiandong's favorability of himself has grown to 3 stars. Hanju was secretly proud. I am a systematic person. What I don't know. Immediately, Hanju threw him a token. Let him find a place to meditate and practice on his own. Who knew that Yang Tiandong suddenly said, "Master, I have one thing to ask for. My father once left behind a profound mastery. You need to reach the god to cultivate. In vain, and the qualifications are dull. Please teach me, master." And then just look. Yang Tiandong handed out a red feather with both hands. "See this feather?" Hanju was suddenly shocked. But he knew what it meant for the master to lead him into the door. Does cultivation depend on individuals? Hanju first took his cheap apprentice. Throw it aside. Let him cultivate for 10 years by himself. 10 years have passed. I don't teach anything. Kick directly out of the cave. Let him do the task role. You also have to get the first place to come back. It is said that after Hanju picked up the feather that moved the heavens and the earth, he found that his divine stone was blocked by feathers. It seems that I want to get the mastery inside. There must be a god stone that turns into a god. Then he waved his hand, said that he would accept the research first. Let Yang Tiandong go first. Go and practice for 10 years. Teach spells again. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. In the past 10 years, Hanju has also cultivated to the 4th level of vowels. When he opened his eyes and looked at his lone apprentice, found that Yang Tiandong looked at Hanju with a resentful expression. There are birds on their heads. He also said that he had not moved for 10 years. I'm going to have hemorrhoids. Hanju suddenly sweated when he saw this. However, he has been building a foundation in 10 years, cultivated to the 6th layer. There's something about it. Then I asked how the past 10 years have passed. I have benefited a lot from the 10 years of penance for the disciples of the Master and the Emperor. I also realized some truth. Hanju couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's done. I have been in retreat for so many years. I didn't realize any reason. Then he stretched. Case. Go out and do your mission. I was finally able to go out when I heard it. Yang Tiandong was very excited. I remember that there was a reading contribution list in the East Gate Mission Building. Come back when you're number 1 on the monthly list. Yang Tiandong, who was still happy just now, suddenly became desperate again. The first day of the list knows how long it will take to finish. But Hanju didn't know what Yang Tiandong said. Kicked him out of the cave with one kick. Finally, after Yang Tiandong left, Hanju took out the feather. He decided to start unraveling the feather's stillness now. Just look at him and take out the divine yin pill he had obtained before. This thing is designed to enhance the senses. Hanju immediately took all the divine yin pills. Allowed to absorb it all, he felt that his divine sense had increased more than 10 times. He probed his sense into the feather again. The previous resistance reappeared. This time his mind and mind collided. In a matter of seconds, the stillness was broken. Suddenly, countless golden symbols overwhelmed Hanju. At this time, at the foot of Yukingzong Mountain, Mo Revenge was walking towards the sect with a group of children. He is now officially in charge of recruiting new disciples for the sect. Look at what they look like. Mo Revenge couldn't help but smile. I thought of when I first entered the Yuqing sect. That's what it looks like. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air. One gradually shot towards Mo Revenge from the shadows. Mo Revenge subconsciously flashed over. Kana. Gradually, it exploded not far from Mo Revenge's side. Suddenly, a poisonous mist emanated from it. Both retreated with nosebleeds. Then I saw a cloak. The man with the twin swords attacked Mo with revenge. Mo revenge immediately blocked the blow. And with one blow, the man in the cloth was forced back dozens of meters away. But there was another man behind him. A hair stabbed Mo in the shoulder. Seeing Mo revenge injured, everyone else is worried. At this moment, a man in a lily coat said in a deep voice, everyone knelt down. Don't move. We only catch Mo for revenge. If you dare to interfere, don't go back alive. Mo vengeance is on the verge of being a key point in this mechanic. Don't dare to act rashly. Who are you? It's terrible. Shrunken ghosts. I can only tell you. The catastrophe of the Yuqing sect is coming. That's when it happened. Everyone felt the ground shake. I don't know when a giant appeared. The upper body is submerged in the sea of clouds. This person is none other than Hanju. What he has done, it is from the feathers that he learned the supernatural powers. Forge entities with vitality. The flesh has changed to a great completion, and there can be 1,000 flesh bodies. Just listen to him shout. You dare to arrest my middle school disciple at the gate of my Yuqing village. How many dogs does Hanju have? His only apprentice was captured. Not only did they not save him, on the contrary, he decided that he was dead, and pray that he will have a good birth in the next life. It is said that the two people in the clothes saw the huge Hanju. I was scared. Hanju was secretly overjoyed. This heavenly phenomenon emperor went out and pretended to be a perfect score. Not just deterrence. The destructive power is also top-notch. Seeing that there are still their own people below, it is difficult to let go of their hands and feet. I'm thinking about whether to extinguish together. Time? Suddenly, I noticed that the person was a little familiar. Watching Hanju rush towards them. Both men were stunned. He also tried to take Mo's revenge as a hostage. But Hanju didn't bird them. Directly swung his fist like a mountain and smashed it over. The others in Yuqing on the side were stunned, crying and shouting that we are our own people. But just as the fist was about to hit them, but it disappeared out of thin air. Mu revenge is seen. A figure flashed past him. In the next second, 2 screams were heard. When Mu revenge looked back at the past, the 2 men were gone. Everyone was dumbfounded, not sure what happened. At this time, Mu Revenge knew who it was. Can defeat 2 Jindan masters in an instant. Who else could it be but him? At this time, Mu Revenge also reacted. He yelled at the stunned disciple on the side. Still stunned for something. Heal me. At this time, the main peak hall of Yuqing Middle School. Li Qingzi was secretly cultivating the supreme mastery. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Li Qingzi was so frightened that he hurriedly repented and disappeared. Just look at the 2 clothed people who were thrown in just now. These 2 people want to catch Mo and take revenge on you. The person who came was a chiller. When Li Qingzi saw the straw hat and the 2 knives, suddenly his face changed, apparently recognizable to its origin. Dressed in a cloak and drifting away. Twin knives can be exposed. Righteous path, immortal. Elder Taishang came out of nowhere. If the old man didn't guess wrong, these should be the people of the holy religion. 1,000 years ago, the Lingi holy sect once unified the wild goose cultivation realm. Because of the mutilation of the geniuses of all sects. Opportunity to sneak into the shadows by the righteous path. Recently, there has been a sudden comeback. Caught many genius disciples of the righteous path. They seem to have a lot of information about us. The disciples who were arrested were all geniuses. I suspect that our sect has a spy, ability to gather intelligence, either from the rising sun, either from our upper echelons. Don't jump to conclusions. This demon cult has shrunk for thousands of years, but it suddenly came out of the mountain. His plan is great. At this time, Hanju asked what was the strength of the clothed holy sect. Is there a monk who is tolerant of emptiness? There must be a god of transformation. Rong Su is not clear. Hanyu heard tis. Immediately, I had the idea of running away. Elder Han didn't have to wait. The old man and Li Qingzi personally visited the sects. Unite all the righteous sects. During this time, the safety of Yuqing's sect will be handed over to you. Elder Taishang just finished speaking. The system jumped out. When he saw the options of the system, I immediately agreed. Just don't go out. It's easy to say anything. Hearing that, Hanju actually agreed. The two of them were overjoyed. And so it was another 6 years. Hanju broke through to the 5th layer of vowels. Even the lifespan has increased to 1,080 years. That's when he remembered his apprentice. It seems that there has been no news of him for a long time. Isn't it a bit embarrassing for him to jump to the top of the list? Then open the circle of friends. See if there are any apprentices. This is a great opening. It's all the news of being attacked by the holy cult of cloth. His own apprentice was also captured by the holy sect of cloth. No wonder there is no news at all. It stands to reason that apprentices are in difficulty. It is only natural for me to come to the rescue as a master. But Hanju immediately vetoed it. This cliff is a trap. He felt a mysterious power coming from the underworld, is manipulating his life, forced him to take risks. He must fight against fate, never take any chances. Immediately, he could only pray silently for Yang Tiandong. I wish him a good baby in the next life, since you don't punch yourself. That himself as an elder, no matter how you say it, you have to do something for the sect, can be worthy of the sect's investment in himself. At this time, Hanju suddenly thought. Before, Li Qingzi suspected that there were spies in the elder layer. He couldn't help but be suspicious. There will be people from the cloth holy sect within the Yuqing sect. Just thought of the formation. Suddenly, a red character relationship popped up. When I looked up, it was an old thunder thief. It turned out that the spy was him. This pair of masters and apprentices is really ruthless. When it was discovered that the holy sect of the cloth was spying, it turned out to be the first elder of the sect. The two did not hesitate to kill him. In other words, Hanju looked at the information of the old immortal who stole thunder. The secret of the shrunken holy sect is hidden deep enough this time. No wonder it was Yuqing that day. After the sect, the entire high level did not have a good impression of him. I thought it was someone who was cold. But right now, the elder sect and the elder Taishang are not in the sect. This is the time to be trusted. There is only his own master. Immediately, Hanju visited Fairy Shishuan. Tell him, I found out that there were spies of the holy sect of Lingyi among the elders. How to fix it? Fairy Shishuan directly asked who listened to Lei Feng. Thunder Thief, Old Immortal. Hanju was thinking about what reason to convince Master. How do you know that the Shishuan fairy directly said 2 words to kill? Hearing this, Hanju was stunned. They have a grudge. At this time, he killed directly without even asking for evidence. Merriam-Webster had long since discovered that something was wrong with him. Since even you say so. That's true. It doesn't have to be communicated to the elders. Let's go directly to Tianlei Peak. Soon the two of them came to Tianlei Peak. Dao Lei Lao, Immortal, borrowed the two to visit. Just about to greet the two. The words have not yet spoken. 3 Qing Ju led the sword directly through Dao Lei Lao Xian's chest. Nail him to the wall of the main hall. Dao Lei, Old Immortal, was terrified. What do you mean? Hanju appeared expressionlessly in front of the Thunder Thief Immortal. Someone told me, you are the secret of the shrunken cult. Recently, the disciples have had an accident and you have nothing to do with it. Today, I am the Yuqing sect. Those missing genius disciples were eliminated. The Old Immortal was shocked. He detonated the 3 clear trick sword on his body. Suddenly, it turned into lightning. And they shall flee beyond the main hall. Hanju raised his right hand lightly. Great thunderstorms. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with countless lightning bolts. Wait for the smoke to clear. The old, fresh body of the Thunder Thief has been destroyed. Only the original god remains. He hurriedly begged Hanju for mercy, said that he would do anything. Hanju will not leave himself with trouble. Directly struck the 9 Dragons Demon Killer seal and completely destroyed him. The rest of the sweeping work was handed over to the Sichuan fairy. At this time, Tian Lei Feng's disciples saw the movement. Rushed over. Fairy Sichuan said lightly to the disciples. Investigated by the elder slashing god. Even Li Lei Feng Dao Elder Lei. He is a secret deacon of the Holy Church of the Cloth. It is now served, but the disciples didn't believe it at all. After the other elders learned about this, they also questioned Fairy Sichuan one after another. Can be a fairy of Sichuan. After taking out the storage items of the old Thunder Thief, the crowd saw it. He exchanged letters with the holy cult of Lingyi. Only then did the elders come to their senses. At the same time, I was terrified. At this time, Hanju was lying on the book mountain of the University of Science and Technology, looking at the list of relationships. Fortunately, the elder once only Dao Lei Lao Immortal was a spy. But the deacon floor is in full bloom. Except for the robes, there are spies in both the holy sect and the devil. There are also some Shojin family members. I saw Hanju called the wooden street snake. It's all seeped into a sieve. In order to avoid startling the snake, it's better to memorize the name first and then fix it later. That's it. The system suddenly indicates that an innate transporter has been detected. Hanju was stunned. When he saw this person's message, he was stunned. Such a comparison. His apprentice's bloodline is rubbish. I couldn't help but be surprised. Are these real? Hanju came in the next second, in front of an old man pulling a cart. The giant deer that stopped him directly. But they stretched out their hands to him and begged for a chicken. But the old man said that it was sent to the inner door. At this time, Hanju took out his token to slay the god elder. The old man was startled. Hurry up and let Hanju choose at will. Hanju opened the chicken coop at this time. At a glance, I saw the different little black chicken. This chicken is none other than the innate transporter black JG, the reincarnation of the demon saint. The main body is a black jade phoenix. Because of the countless killings, he offended the heavenly court and was killed by the heavenly court. Its soul burrows into the 6 realms of reincarnation, reincarnated into the mortal world. Its soul will continually transform its body until it completely transforms into a black jade phoenix. The current state is that the mind is not yet mature. Like a 2-year-old child, Hanju was excited. This little chicken didn't want it. This chicken is so pathetic. I thought I was rescued from the chicken coop by Hanju. You can be rich and rich. As a result, I was forced to eat air every day. It's better to let him go back to the coop and lie down. It is said that after Changjiao, Enli come back. Fairy Sichuan couldn't help but be happy when she saw the two. Master, senior brother, you're finally back. It looks like it's full of spring. It's been a smooth journey. The two thought that Fairy Sichuan was caring for them, but don't want to be happy. Immediately, the Sichuan fairy said. Lei Laoxian told them about it. I remember both of them eager to go. The whip corpse Li Qingzi and the successful return of the head of the sect. Hanju also received rewards from the system. A book of divine sealing techniques and a bottle of the divine giant spirit pill. After Hanju brought the little black chicken back to the cave, and he tried to teach him to do that. It took a lot of effort for the boss to give him to the church, and let him use that breath to quench his hunger in the future. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he is a genius treasure of the cave. Sooner or later, he's going to eat it all. Xing Hongxian also said at this time. All that had been eaten had been replanted for him. And he also has a big gift for Hanju. Hanju guessed that it was a storage ring without even thinking about it. I didn't expect to be kneeled by him. It turned out that he went to practice with his brothers and sisters last month. I happened to meet the two main mothers fighting. After they teamed up to defeat the demon cult, I took a storage ring with my hand, found a lot of treasures inside, so I had to come over and give it to Hanju as soon as possible. Han Yude let him take care of it himself. So the two began to chat. Hanju also asked about the matter of the cultivation realm at this time. There are more than 20 sect forces in the Dayan cultivation realm. Among them, there are 12 righteous paths. Yuqing sect should be able to be regarded as the top 5. Hear this, Hanju thought to himself. No wonder there were so many enemies in the Yuqing sect. Xing Hongxian continued at this time. In fact, the difference in strength of most sects is not large. After all, nothing is bigger. The real ranking will be determined. By the way, there has been a Man of the Year in the Vermilion Bird sect recently. His name is Huang Jihao. Once killed the old monster with a single mirror. Now I am afraid that I have become a god. I heard that he was going to challenge all the sects in the Dayan cultivation realm. What if we really come to our Yuqing sect? There's no way you can't stop shooting. Elder Slayer. Hon you heard tis. In my heart, 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped by. You have slain the elders of God. It's about my Han eggs. Han you os hil plis. How can there be such a battle maniac everywhere? Then he asked, what is the Emperor? Have you ever killed someone? Not really. After all, the Vermilion Bird sect is also a decent family. Hearing this, Hanju immediately stopped panicking. Let him come here. Han is always ready to greet you. One day a year later, a few miles away in Yuqing in a mountain forest, Yi Saburo, the deacon of the holy sect of Lingyi, was waiting for the Tao. Lei Laoxian was wondering, I've been waiting for more than a month. Why haven't you come yet? It is rumored that the elder of the Yuqing sect is extremely vicious. You have to slap the dog twice when you see it. But there was a message saying that he was cautious by nature. He has not been seen so far. If it weren't for him guarding the Yuqing sect, he was afraid that he would have been sent to the Yuqing sect a long time ago. That's it. A figure suddenly appeared behind Yi Saburo. However, the person who came from the Yi instruction of the Lingyi holy sect was Hanju. Thanks to him, he uses the system to detect the strong people around him from time to time. That's when Yi Saburo was discovered. I just heard him say to Yi Saburo, he is a personal disciple of the old immortal who robs thunder. Recently, the old thunder thief immortal was targeted by the Palm sect and couldn't get out. This time, I deliberately let myself hand it over. But Yi Saburo suddenly slapped his palm, hit Hanju in the chest. It turns out that they all have connector codes. Obviously, Hanju didn't know. But to Yi Saburo's surprise, slap yourself in the face. Hanju was not only unscathed. Instead, he was reversed. Yi Saburo couldn't help but be shocked. Ming Ming Pillar Radical 9 floors. How can it be so powerful? Suddenly he thought of someone. Immediately, his face turned pale. Frightened, he turned around and fled. But he hadn't run a few steps yet. Was given a second by Hanju's Heavenly Punishment Ghost Divine Sword. Genshin Impact is just about to slip away. Was locked by Hanju with 1,000 thunderstorms. Let's talk about what the holy sect of Clothed Clothes has to do. He only has the realm of the 6th layer of Yuanying, but he was able to make a draw with Huashan on the 9th floor. But he was still not satisfied. Kuan Kuan on the side shook his head when he saw it. It is said that Yi Saburo was under the coercion of Hanju. Finally said Su Yi's holy way. The purpose turned out before they intended to annex the sect. The geniuses among them will be captured first and sent to the concentration camps. After the sect is destroyed, these geniuses have nowhere to go. Only join them. Hanju asked coldly at this time. You are only targeting the Yuqing sect, or the entire cultivation realm. When I heard that the holy sect of Lingyi was aimed at the entire cultivation realm, Hanju continued, you are very bold. Is there a god or a realm of glory and vanity in the holy religion of the cloth? There are gods. As for the glory and void realm, I didn't know that the holy sect was so strong. Why do you keep hiding in the shadows? Where are the geniuses of all sects imprisoned? Yi Saburo said miserably. I'm just an ordinary knowledge. I don't know why. The seventh floor turned out to be just an ordinary deacon. Hanju couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. This holy religion is also too scary. Yi Saburo was also trembling at this time. Pray for Hanju to spare himself. But at this time, Hanju suddenly received a system message. Yi Saburo's hatred for himself has reached 6 stars. Hanju sighed in his heart. Your road is steep. Then you can go. Yi Saburo was overjoyed when he heard this. But in the next second, his Yuan Shun was directly destroyed by Hanju. Xing Hongxian not far away. I accidentally picked up a storage ring. When I was overjoyed, I put it away. I'm going to go back and bring it to Hanju. Another 2 years later. On this day, Li Qingzi came to the Hanju cave mansion, said that he wanted to ask Hanju to do something. Originally, they had already found out that the celestial sect was holding geniuses, but the terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. He hoped that Hanju could go and harvest a wave of heads. Hanju refused without thinking about it. I don't think it's appropriate. What if it's a plan to divert the tiger from the mountain? Wait for me to leave the sect. The holy sect of Lingi sent a god into the palace of the imperial green sect. You can stop it. You must know that Yuan Ingqi was in the holy sect of Lingi. Can only be a deacon. Bai Qinzi heard what Hanju said. Indeed, there is no imposition in it. It means that they should come on their own. I hope that Hanju cannot be as safe as Xiaoyu Qingzhou. You don't have to go out when you hear it. Hanju immediately said that unless he met a strong person in the Rongshu realm, otherwise, no one would want to attack Xia Yukingzong. Get Hanju's guarantee. Li Qingzi also happily left, leaving on behalf of Li Qingzi. Hanju entered the simulated battlefield. I'm going to test where my limits are. Immediately, Duan Tongtian was selected and set his cultivation at the 9th layer of the god of transformation. After some fighting, Hanju just walked out of the simulated battlefield, but his face was unusually ugly. The 9th layer of the battle law god realm could only be drawn. This must be respectful to the dragon, and it must not be dead. It seems that we have to retreat and practice immediately. Then he called up the circle of friends to check the dynamics. The poor apprentice is still being beaten. I can only pray silently in my heart. Hold on and wait for your roommate to save you. At this time, in a dark, dilapidated house, 4 men in robes were sitting together. They couldn't wait for Yi Saburo's return for a long time. I can't help but wonder if something happened. At that moment, the gate was suddenly kicked and shattered. A few of the people in the robes were just about to start. The person who came mocked that it was at this level. I didn't even bother to draw my sword. Those people in the coat were shocked at who you were. Under the Suzaku sword sect Huang Jihao, I want to challenge you to the holy cult of cloth. Tell me where your headquarters are. Learn that the person who came was Huang Jihao. The faces of several people changed dramatically in an instant. At this time, one of them suddenly became angry. Our sect leader is in retreat. Didn't come out so quickly. Why don't you go and challenge the Jade Qing sect first? If you defeat that person, we will explain to you the location of the mountain gate of the holy religion. Huang Jihao was stunned for a moment. The person from Yuqing sect, like the 6th child who doesn't care about anything. When hearing someone, when you want to fight your own idea of Master Xishuan, his eyes changed in an instant. It is said that after Huang Jihao heard Yukingzong, a look of disdain. This kind of lonely sect is not challenging. It's not the same now. Recently, there has been a powerful figure in Yuqing sect. It's called cutting off the gods and being old. With a single sword, he killed the powerhouse of the gods. The strength is unfathomable. Huang Jihao said, he has fought with the Yuqing sect elder sect and the Taishang elder. The strength is too average. I've never heard of any god-slaying elders. A few people from the Lingi sect hurriedly said that you can inquire about it. I will not dare to deceive you. You tell me the location of the cloth sect first. I'll challenge the Yuqing sect first. Go to the cloth cult again. A few people froze when they heard the flax. I thought I could get away with it. But in order to survive, they eventually chose to compromise. The screen turns. The Korean animal Chongyuer came here again to play this day. When you see a chick, it was cute in an instant. Pounced on the chicken, which was almost a man tall. After Han Ju saw it, let Chongyuer not touch it. It's my baby mount. Tangyuer laughed and used the chicken as a mount. You're really promising. Chongyuer looked at Han Ju at this time. I couldn't help but look stunned a little more. I have to say, bro, every time I see your face, I find it pleasing to the eye. And add your qualifications. I'm curious that your parents are outstanding. Han Ju said flatly. They're just mediocre. More than 100 years have passed, and I am afraid that it has already been buried in the ground. Think of the moment when they abandoned themselves. There is no flesh and blood affection between them. Even Tai Lao is more responsible than them. Then he said that if there is anything, just say it. Senior brother Han? Do you know Elder Guan? He is the third senior brother of our master. Han Ju said that he did not know him. 300 years ago, because I offended people, he was sent out to take refuge by the Supreme Elder. Recently, he was rumored to be coming back. Didn't the elders tell you? Han Ju plucked out his ears, and it wasn't my business anyway. I heard that Elder Guan has returned, in order to compete for the position of the elder teacher. This is also Li Changjiao's stupidity. Give him a headache. Elder Guan is said to like our master very much. Maybe you will marry our master. When I heard this Korean drama, my eyes suddenly changed. How strong is Elder Guan? It is said that he got a chance outside of the wild geese. He has become a god. The East Gate finally came to this strong man. The elders are firecrackers. Hearing this, Han Ju said that he knew, and let the senior sister go back first. Chongyuer sensed that Han Ju's state was wrong. Hurriedly slipped away. Looked at Chongyuer's back. Han Ju said that he would like to tell Li Changjiao about the trouble. I will do my best to keep him in charge. Then his eyes became complicated. A battle with Elder Guan is inevitable. But the most troublesome thing at the moment is Huang Jihao. Originally, the system has just detected a nearby congenital abandoner. This person is Huang Jihao. Han Ju also had a headache at this moment. At this time, the system task is also triggered. Look at the task. Han Ju decided to come to a mock trial first. Available after 5 minutes. Han Ju came out. He tried again. This time it took 2 minutes. Han Ju immediately became distressed. I can't even drop it in seconds. It is worthy of being born with a sword heart. It was able to last 2 minutes under my hands. It seems that it is difficult to do it this time without causing too much movement. Gotta hurry to intercept him halfway. At this time, Yuqing sect was at the foot of the foot. Huang Jihao was slowly walking towards the Yuqing sect. Then, suddenly, he noticed a man leaning against a large tree. The foundation is nearly 9 floors. I didn't even sense him. This kid is kind of funny. When he looked at Han Ju, can be blessed with a damn charm within the system. Huang Jihao almost bent. At this time, Han Ju suddenly received a system prompt. Huang Jihao's favor was upgraded to 2 stars. He immediately got goosebumps all over his body. What the hell is this Nima? He is the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation world. Only Jin Dan can kill the Yuan baby. But when he met Han Ju, it became the nightmare of his life. I couldn't help but be speechless for a while. I didn't do anything. Why did you suddenly have a crush on yourself? At this time, Huang Jihao opened his mouth and said, boy, I'm an actor to you. Do you want to worship me as a teacher? Reasons for future achievements. It's not that hard. Han Ju shuddered suddenly. Goosebumps are up. Is Lao Tzu's supreme charm in the wrong place? How always attracts them? Han Ju asked in a deep voice at this time. Why come to Yuqing sect? I am the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect Emperor Ji Hao. Have you ever heard of it? This time I came to Yukingzong. Naturally, it is the God-Slayer Elder who challenges you. Why only challenge the God-Slayer Elder? What about the rest of the Yuqing sect? Your predecessor was defeated by me. Originally, I didn't bother to talk to you. But the holy cult of the cloth will not let me deal with you. Elder Slayer, tell me the location of their mountain gate again. Hearing Hanju's hatred for the Celestial Saint sect suddenly soared to 6 stars. But Hanju continued to ask, then what is the strength of their sect leader? I feel that the God-Slayer Elder is not as good as him. Their leader is mysterious. I don't know. You're pretty sure. Huang Jihao was also impatient at this time. You ask so much useful. In the end, worship me as a teacher or not. Hanju saw that the other party was anxious. But the fish was hooked. It's okay to apprentice. If you can take my sword, I will worship you as a teacher. Huang Jihao heard. I laughed at the little one. You're afraid you haven't heard of my name. I will take your sword, if you can hurt me in the slightest. I turned around and left. In this life, I will no longer come to disturb the Yuqing sect. Hearing this, Hanju was happy, so it was no wonder. You're welcome under it. When Hanju took out the Qilin sword, Huang Jihao was taken aback. This sword is not simple. Suddenly, the 6 spiritual powers in Hanju's body were like volcanic eruptions. Huang Jihao's pupils dilated suddenly. This spiritual power fooled him. Immediately mobilized the spiritual power of the whole body. Turns into layers of shields in front of you. But Hanju's heavenly sword was transformed. The black sword Qi had already attacked. Huang Jihao was immediately overwhelmed. The protective shield in front of him broke instantly. Moment of truth. He leaped forward, barely dodged the blow. The sword Qi swept out. A huge ravine is exhibited on the ground. Huang Jihao is stupid. What kind of swordsmanship is this? No, it should be supernatural. But Huang Jihao landed. Hanju couldn't help but joke. It is worthy of you. The response was outstanding. The famous Huang Jihao. I don't think I can speak. You and I, Huang Jihao, were so angry that they trembled. But soon calmed down. The one just now is not considered a sneak attack. I can't take it myself. Who the hell are you? You come to me. Also asked who I am. Huang Jihao was stunned. Then close your eyes and calm yourself down. I said that I would not come to the Yuqing sect again, yes. But wait until you leave the Yuqing sect. I'll challenge you. Drop that sentence. Huang Jihao left. Hanju gradually smiled and waited for me to leave the Yuqing sect. You know, Huang Jihao walked back with a belly of fire at this time. The more I think about myself, the more angry I become. At this time, a person in front of him suddenly blocked his way. Dare to ask who your excellency is. Why did you come out from the direction of Yuqing sect? The action is sneaky. It must be a diplomatic thief. Huang Jihao really didn't have the anger to let him get out of the way. But the man said to take you back. Attacks on me? The elders probably think more highly of me. What are you? Huang Jihao, who was worried about having nowhere to vent. He took the sword and slew it. This is a kunkin who just wants to see the outside world. But he has a 6th master, constantly brainwashing him that the outside world is too dangerous. Since then, has also become a kunkin who can only develop obscenely. Said that it was after Hanju defeated Huang Jihao. Roger. The reward of the system is to obtain the 6th grade spirit treasure incineration. Finally able to resist all attacks under the realm of glory and illusion. After being infused with spiritual power. Throughout his life, he will gain weight with the amount of spiritual power injected. Until re-entering the theater, Hanju suddenly became excited. Wearing a Shinshin coat. I have it in the world. That's it. Outside the cave, the voice of the Sichuan fairy suddenly came. Hanju hurriedly welcomed the master into the cave. This is the first time that Fairy Sichuan has taken the initiative to come to Hanju. Fairy Sichuan took the initiative to talk to Hanju about Yuer. I've told you about my senior brother Guan Yugang. but it was mentioned that he came back yesterday. However, he encountered Huang Jihao near Yukingzong. As a result, he was seriously injured. When Hanju heard this, he was speechless. It was worthy of you, Lao Huang, but faced the Sichuan fairy. He could only chase him. This official Yu Gang is really unfortunate. I only listened to Fairy Sichuan continue. He was still defeated when Huang Jihao was wounded. At the same time, there was a mountain forest nearby, and a temple was destroyed by Sword Qi. Presumably Huang Jihao once came to challenge our Yu Qingdong. As a result, they are repelled by you. Right, Hanju immediately panicked. The master is not here to be held accountable. Seeing Hanju admit it, Fairy Sichuan laughed. How could it be? I just didn't expect it. The famous Huang Jihao. But it is in your back. I'm coming to you this time. I hope you can help me suppress Senior Brother Guan. Hanju immediately became confused. The head teacher may not be as powerful as Senior Brother Guan, but he did his best to Yukingzong. For the sake of the sect, he even delayed his cultivation. At this time, he was ousted from his position as the head of the sect. It's chilling. Wait until his injuries heal. I'll let him challenge you first. If only I could defeat you. You can be in charge. You see how. Facing the master's request. Hanju immediately agreed. Yes, you can. But this battle is best fought quietly. That's nature. Just to save face for Senior Brother Guan. This was noticed by Fairy Sichuan. Can you still raise chickens? This chicken looks quite extraordinary. Hanju hurriedly explained with a smile. Cultivation is usually quite boring. It's not bad to have him by your side. Fairy Sichuan was also amused by Hanju's words. You will also find it boring. Speaking of which, the once-in-a-century immortal conference is about to begin. Seeing the doubt in Hanju's eyes, the Sichuan fairy explained the magic weapon elixir there. Genius treasure, and even exercise cheats. You can get it in exchange for equivalent resources. Do you want to go? Hanju refused without thinking about it. He said that he just wanted to retreat. There's no need to go out and venture out for a while. At this time, Suzuka saw Huang Jihao in the sect. Told the princess everything that happened to Yukingzong. The sect master was obviously shocked when he heard this. You're the highest combat power in this sect besides me. His spiritual power is extremely domineering. This is the first time I have encountered this kind of spiritual power. In addition, this person is extremely good-looking. Our Suzuku sword sect's internal appearance is unmatched. He said this. Huang Jihao's face flushed. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect master suddenly had a black line on his face. This is important. Huang Jihao hurriedly embarrassed and said that this is not very important. Immediately, Huang Jihao said that he was healed from his injury. I'm going to challenge the holy cult of cloth. Sect Master Tang Han couldn't help frowning. It was them again. Although it ended thousands of years ago. But the emaciated camel is bigger than the horse. Elder Taishang, who had met Qingfeng before, came to me. It is hoped that the righteous path will join forces to fight against the holy cult of the cloth. I didn't say yes, because the man does not die. It is impossible for the holy sect to die. The leader of the holy cult of the clothed cloth. When you were young, you were as high-spirited as you were. Because of chance, he fell into the devil's path. Become the leader of the holy cult of the cloth. This is a good time to test his strength. But don't be reckless. If you are defeated, retreat quickly. Don't worry, I'm crazy. But not stupid story 7 years later. Hanju was looking at the circle of friends again this day. Found his apprentice in Zhou Fan. The cultivation has actually improved. But their identity hasn't changed. It seems to be just a pretense of compromise. Anli Zhangjiao is not being beaten. It's on the way to being beaten. At least time, kun certainly tentu. What the outside world is like. He said he wanted to go to the other side of the mountain. Now Kuan's strength is equivalent to the Qi cultivation realm. 8th floor monk. Humans don't necessarily do it at this speed. But the mind is also getting bigger. The division is becoming more and more curious about the outside world. It seems that he had to be brainwashed. So it was said that it was dangerous outside. A lot of people want to eat it, you know. There is also a list of forbidden places that cannot be visited. You have to be so strong that you're absolutely invincible to get out. Otherwise, you will surely die. Even I don't dare to go out. Kuan was immediately frightened. Hurriedly said that he would not go out. Anyusmi lid gradually. Brainwashing became. That's it. Kyoko hurriedly ran over. He also shouted that the big thing was not good. The Rift Valley was destroyed by the holy cult of the cloth. The Lord of the Valley sent me a message before he died. It is said that there are 10 avatar gods in the holy sect of Lingi. It is enough to sweep through the wild goose cultivation realm. Their next goal? It is likely that our Yuqing sect. As soon as the words fell, Hanju packed his bags at a rapid pace. See here. Kyoko sincerely lamented the crisis. Act fast, steady, and reliable. I was not mistaken. Who knew that Hanju packed his luggage? But he said that he didn't run away quickly. Li Qingzi immediately told the truth on the spot. As the saying goes, what kind of owner there is, what kind of pet there is. As an old six, his pets have also learned the true tradition. Proficient in dogs. When Hanju learned about it, the holy sect of Lingi is coming to attack the Yuqing sect. Immediately pack your bags and get ready to run. Li Qingzi hugged his thigh. Nothing can be said to let him run. So many disciples. Where can you escape? Even if you don't escape. A place where I can stand. Those eastern gates will only swallow us. Yuqingzong still died. Hanju was just about to say that Yuqing sect was dead. It's okay, as long as the people are still there. At this point, the system issues a selection. Look at the choices given by the system. Hanju fell silent. Yes, where am I going to flee? All the time on the run. Wandering the world is not your ideal life. Maybe you can't beat it, so you can join. But this is not a dog anymore. It was Hanju who instigated Li Qingzi at this time. When are they calling? Li Qingzi said, the Cloth Saint sect still needs time to clean up the maple leaf dance mess. We have about 10 years left. At this time, Hanju put his hand on Li Qingzi's shoulder. Asked the question I've always wanted to know about. Sect leader, why our Yuqing sect has been targeted one after another? Before, I thought that the Yuqing sect was very strong. You seem to have brought the Yuqing sect here. Not a height that belongs to him. Li Qingzi suddenly said embarrassedly. In fact, Yuqingzong is very powerful. It's just the strongest one. That is our founding ancestor. He has been gone for 500 years without being heard from. If he is, how dare the holy sect of the cloth make a move against us? A millennium ago, he's been a victim of the holy sect. Directly beat the sect leader to autism. Hanju immediately understood. The emotional cloth holy sect is looking for revenge on us. Li Qingzi suddenly became embarrassed. He also said that he had used the messenger treasure left by the ancestor. As long as the ancestor comes back. Therefore, the holy religion is not enough to fear. Then he held Hanju's hand affectionately. It means that we have to get through this. Just get through it. You will be able to retreat with peace of mind. No more dangers. Helplessly, Hanju could only agree. But in the next second, he kicked Li Qingzi away. But say it up front, in case you can't beat it. I immediately ran away. Li Qingzi immediately said that it was for sure. Immediately, Hanju asked Li Qingzi, does the sect have an elixir suitable for Yuan Yingjing? Unexpectedly, Li Qingzi said that the sect was very short of alchemists. It's up to him to figure it out on his own. Hanju turned around and left without saying a word. At the same time, he also said goodbye to Li Qingzi. Li Qingzi was so anxious that he shouted in the back. Didn't I just say yes? Hanju said that he was joking. Just go out and buy a pre-sale bag. It's so convenient for me to run away when the time comes. On the way, Hanju didn't forget to say to Kuan today, see, It's really dangerous. Even if we don't cause trouble, there are also enemies who want to kill us. Master, let's run quietly. Hanju was immediately relieved when he heard this. You've got my true biography. Soon Hanju bought the presale bag and prepared to go back. Suddenly, the system prompts that a congenital abandonment has been detected. Hanju was stunned. This Qing sect is really a sect of abandonment. A window will then open to view the information of the deed. But when he saw the details of this person, he immediately panicked. Born to the new demon lord, he is about to ascend. This Nima is also a monk of Deshang. It was the only woman he noticed in the neighborhood. Presumably, this person is the demon monarch Xian Qingjun. Just when Hanju was about to slip away quietly, unexpectedly, he was noticed by Xian Qingjun. When the system came, Xian Qingjun's good impression of himself was 1 star. His face changed suddenly. It's damn charming. He subconsciously looked back. It happened to meet Xian Qingjun's gaze in the air. Immediately, Xian Qingjun's favor was raised to 2 stars. Hanju was so frightened that he immediately cast the divine sealing technique to slip away. And Kuan behind him also said in Horror Master, "Is that woman's eyes really going to eat you? It's dangerous out there. A man with top charisma is really not a cover." The 7 demon monarchs, the ministers, sent pills to Hanju again. It's a magic weapon and it cheats. Just to let the other party be their own reason. It is said that it was not long after Hanju returned to the cave. Xian Qingjun also came to the gate of Hanju's cave. Looked at the words written by Hanju at the door. Xian Qingjun thought about it for a while. I really think it makes sense. I couldn't help but be more interested in Hanju. But Xian Qingjun did not go in this time. Instead, he stopped at the door and watched for a while. Then he turned and departed. Before leaving, he waved his hand at Hanju. Looked at the figure of Xian Qingjun leaving. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. It should be that the formation function can't find the door. But he had an incomparably headache at this time. Let's not mention the holy cult of Lingyi. Now another demon lord has been provoked. Although on the surface it seems radical. But at least it's Deshang's strength. Who can withstand this? I wish he could forget me as a person. After this, Hanju went into retreat for another 7 years. The repair has also reached the reason for nearly 8 floors. But I still think it's too slow. It had to be before the holy cult called. Break through to the gods. Subsequently, Hanju opened the circle of friends to check the dynamics in recent years. It was discovered that Li Qingzi was attacked by the same door. Seriously injured. Hanju suddenly became puzzled. I obviously checked that there were no spies. Suddenly, he thought of Guan Yugong. When I think about it, I understand what's going on. Then I watched the master's dynamics. I was relieved to see that nothing had happened. Just outside the stone gate, a voice sounded. Is Dayu there? May I pay a visit to you? The source is none other than Xian Qingjun. In the past 7 years, he visited Wei twice at home. However, there was no forced entry. It seems that there is no malicious intent. But it didn't take more than 3. If you ignore it, don't tear it down for me. When I saw Hanju come out, Xian Qingjun couldn't help but smile. You are finally here. Kunkin was suddenly frightened and cried. Hurriedly begged Xian Qingjun for mercy. Let him not eat his master. This gave Xian Qingjun a bewildered face. Hanju hurriedly punched the goods. To fly away and ask Daoyu, what's the matter with visiting the burrow? I am Xian Qingjun, a disciple of Yuzufeng. A few years ago, I met my senior brother in the inner gate. Then you know what it means to be a person today. At that time, your shadow was buried in my heart. Senior brother's handsomeness is really rare in the world. Peerless. Listen to the other party's praise of himself. Hanju didn't know how to answer. After a while, he said faintly, thank you for the compliment. If it's okay, I'll go first. The first Qin army stopped Hanju. I just watched him pull out a card. The master is willing to offer a treasure. I hope that the senior brother will not refuse. This is the Heavenly Immortal Mansion Order. The Heavenly Immortal Mansion is a holy place for cultivation in the cultivation realm. Embrace the card to get access to the Holy Land. No matter how bad it is, it can make the difference. For a person who cultivates Jingdan, take out the treasure that can be practiced to the cause by yourself. The other party will definitely be tempted. Unbeknownst to him, Hanju said that he didn't want to leave the Yuqing sect. I plan to practice in the Yuqing sect for the rest of my life. Qin Jun was stunned for a moment. Then I watched him turn around and continue to dig his things. This is the Earth Spirit Sword. You can easily kill the master of the Jindan realm. Looking at Hanju, he was still unmoved. Qin Jun took out another bottle of elixir. Then I'll give you another bottle of Breakthrough Golden Pill Realm Elixir. But Hanju was still unmoved. I'll give you another copy of the body cultivation exercises. Plus spell cheats. And also, watch Xian Qingjun keep pulling things out. Hanju hurriedly stopped the other party. Then he showed his true cultivation. Actually, I'm already a cultivator in the original Yin realm. Seeing Hanju's cultivation, Xian Qingjun immediately guessed the identity of the elder of the Hanju slashing god. Hanju also received it at this moment. Xian Qingjun has a good impression of herself. Tips that have been upgraded to 4 stars. Qingjun was even happier after knowing Hanju's identity. Just watch him pull out a bottle of elixir. This is a product of Yuan Yingdan. A bottle that can help you shock your nerves. If it's enough, I'll give you another bottle. Now Hanju couldn't stand it. He cautiously asked senior sister, "What the hell are you from?" Xian Qingjun said with a smile, "It doesn't matter who I am. But the junior sister wants to marry the senior brother. I don't know if the senior brother is willing." Hanju was suddenly said to be confused. Then I heard him say that you can take out so many treasures. It's certainly not simple. Can you help us deal with the holy cult of cloth? The preaching army refused very much and simply couldn't. All I care about is my brother. Sure enough, it's not so easy to invite the demon lord. A moment later, Hanju asked cautiously, "Then if I promise you, what will be the cost?" Xian Qingjun pursed his lips and screamed softly. "That price is to cultivate together. Get stronger together. Either or not." As soon as the words fell, the system popped up. Give Hanju 2 choices. Faced with these 2 options, Hanju is speechless. Did you do it on purpose? The words are so bad. Such an apprentice is really the best. He was captured by the enemy and tortured in prison for decades, instead of blaming the master for not coming to save himself. On the contrary, he thought that this was a test for himself by the master. Zhou Fan on the side was speechless. Inside the prison of the holy cult of cloth, the clothed sect was facing Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan, beaten over and over again. They didn't stop until they were tired. These 2 people from the Yuqing sect are really stubborn donkeys. I have to run away every year. It's okay to be caught and beaten. I don't give up. But in order to win people's hearts, the leader forbade them to kill the captives. Extremely depressed, the 2 went out for some drinks. Relax and unwind. Watch the 2 depart. Zhou Fan made an oath in his heart, if he got it one day. You who are destined to be killed, the holy sect of chickens and dogs is restless. Yang Tiandong lay on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "This is your plan. I was caught before I even went out." Zhou Fan was extremely aggrieved. Who knew that there were still people training monitor lizards on the rooftop? Yang Tiandong sighed and said, "Brother Zhou, let's stop struggling. Wait for my master to come." Zhou Fan is really not angry with your master. "Excuse me. He won't come." Hearing this, Yang Tiandong suddenly became excited. Nonsense that the master is so strong. I can't find an opponent in Yuqing sect. If he doesn't come, who will come? Your master's talent is indeed the best I've ever seen. It is a fact that the strength is strong, but he's afraid of death. This last sentence. Instead, he secretly complained in his heart. Heard Zhou Fan's affirmative answer. Yang Tiandong's face was suddenly full of admiration. Right. Master is such a cow. He must have arrived early. Maybe you'll be watching me in the shadows. I want to see if I can endure hardship. The heart is not stable enough. Zhou Fan rolled his eyes. I'm afraid this kid isn't stupid. It's better not to say it. Leave the poor boy with a glimmer of hope. At this time, Han Jiedong was in the house. He was looking at the 3 bottles of pills in front of him, helplessly. Just now, under the coercion and temptation of Xian Qinjun, Han Ju reluctantly agreed to be his Taoist companion. Therefore, the supernatural somersault cloud that is rewarded by the system. Meantime, also obtained 3 bottles of Yuanying pill given by Shui Qinjun. I can't help it. I can only blame him for giving too much. Kuan looked at Han Ju from the side. Master, will he still eat you? Unexpectedly, Han Ju blocked his mouth with a kick. At the same time, take out a bottle of elixir and pour it into your mouth. I'm ashamed to tell me the truth. Bad words should be a mouthful of pills. Suddenly, I felt that the 6 spiritual powers were baptized to be transparent and fixed. Years of absorption efficiency accelerates again. This medicine is really strong. 2 years later, with the help of pills, Hanju successfully reached the peak of the 9th layer of Yuani. He habitually tested it with the system, the strongest in the neighborhood, then make sure there is no one else. He was relieved again. You can prepare for a breakthrough with peace of mind. Just when he was about to go to the 10,000 demon realm to break through, Li Qingzi came running in a hurry. Also shouted that if there is good news, look at Li Qingzi. The face said excitedly. Huang Jihao challenged the Cloth Holy Sect and was captured. Provoked the Vermilion Bird Sword Sect. They are to be prepared to unite us. Attack the celestial cult together. The tide has turned. Hearing this, Han Ju was also excited. I really love Huang Jihao to death. Really good at doing things. And this time I got it right. But Li Qingzi then said so. I'm going to invite you this time. Han Ju suddenly had a sense of foreboding. Hurriedly interrupted Li Qingzi's words. I understand what you mean. You want to take the officials and elders with you. I'm also worried about the impact on the sect. I call all the elders. It is enough for the Yuqing sect to be guarded by me alone. Li Qingzi was so angry that his nose turned red. This guy is a real dog. But Han Ju then said another sentence. I'm about to break through. It takes time to become a god. Li Qingzi was suddenly stunned. But the next second the painting style suddenly changed for the better. You break through with peace of mind. The crusade against the cloth is left to us. After Li Qingzi leaves, Han Ju came to the 10,000 demon realm. When he exudes his own momentum, a terrifying celestial power enveloped this small world. The demon beasts in the 10,000 demon realm were all frightened. Finally, a huge purple lightning bolt overwhelmed the Han army. This is the peerless secret book of the cultivation realm. No man can escape his temptation. It is said that Li Qingzi disguised himself as a member of the holy sect of Lingyi. They came to their east gate. This is the gatekeeper asking for a token. But when the other party picks up the token and looks at it, momentarily froze. It turned out to be the token of Yu Qingfeng's palm. Li Qingzi also realized that it was only a moment to take the wrong one. He took the token back. At the same time, he was replaced with the deacon token of the Holy Sect of Cloth, and a special issue of fairies in his collection. The other party immediately let Li Qingzi pass. And I looked at the fairy special issue. Li Qingzi smiled coldly and snorted. Everything is ready for the sample. It's just that there aren't too many teleportation circles. All the members of the Jiuling Holy Sect received the order. Hurry to the mountain gate. Zhou Fan looked at the guards in the prison. It's almost all over at once. Something must have happened. Yang Tiandong became excited all of a sudden. Could it be that the master is coming to save me? Zhou Fan was also excited at this time. So many people can be dispatched. It must be a group of sects. It's a rare opportunity. Or let's take advantage of the chaos and run away again. But Yang Tiandong said that he wouldn't do anything this time. Just when the two were arguing, suddenly a crack opened in the ceiling. Then a huge object fell from above. Then I saw a voice in the dust. To ease all the trapped disciples, this seat has come to your rescue. When I saw that the person who came, it was Li Qing. This made Yang Tiandong and Zhou Fan very excited. At this time, on Yu Qingsong's side, Hanju successfully broke through to the transformation god. Therefore, the system also rewards a supernatural power. The sword god sect uses its own sword chi. Summons the shadow of an ancient sword that has been going on for a long time. The number of summons is related to one's spiritual power. However, what excites Hanju the most is that, after breaking through the gods, lifespan has crossed the 3,000 mark. Now immortality is finally hopeful. Kun sohon yu kombak. That's when I was relieved. Never came back. I thought I was eaten by that woman. Hanju knocked on his head speechlessly. You chicken brain. Thinking about it all day. Kuan immediately aggrieved his master. Am I not a phoenix? But you're a chicken now. Only by practicing well can you become a phoenix. Then Hanju checked the circle of friends. I can't help but silently cheer them on in my heart. Suddenly, Xian Qingjun appeared behind Hanju. I heard that our god slayer elder broke through. Hanju was suddenly frightened. What are you doing with me? Watching Xian Qingjun stretch his head towards himself, Hanju suddenly thought in his heart, you can't force me to do that. Am I from that or everybody? Hanju looked at Suan Qingjun nervously. I just heard the other party say that I came to say goodbye to you. I'm ready to go. Hanju was stunned and left. I don't know how many years it will take to see each other next time. So come and see you. Before leaving, what do you want? I try to satisfy you. Hanju's face was full of joy, but he hypocritically said that he could not leave. Days without you. I'm going to be lonely. The traitorous Qin Jun saw Hanju's appearance. I want to be so angry that I give him a hammer. I'm going to need you, but not now. Don't think I'll sync with you every day. The time has not yet come. Hanju said after a moment of silence. Is there an elixir to improve the cultivation of the transformation god realm? Xian Qingjun immediately took out 4 bottles of pills from his sleeve. This is the elixir of transforming the gods. I've got these 4 bottles on me. It's all up to you. Hanju hurriedly thanked him. Immortal Qingjun reached out and picked up Hanju's chin. I won't see your face for many years to come. It's really reluctant. Although you have become a god, but not invincible. Stay in the Yuqing sect and cultivate well. Don't run around. It's dangerous to cultivate the true sword. After saying that, Xian Qingjun walked out. With his back to Hanju, he waved his hand, and his little white face was white. I walked and saw Xian Qingjun leave. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he was just passing by the Yuqing sect. Now it's time to change places and enlighten the way. Kunkin is also happy at this time, don't want it. Finally, I don't have to worry about the owner being eaten by him. Hey, can you believe it? With the power of one teaching, against the entire continent's cultivation realm, the holy sect of the clothed cloth. Their leader must be a timid man. At this time, the headquarters of the holy sect of Lingi. The sect master and the elders were discussing the warriors. The Vermilion Bird Sword sect is now going to fight us to the death. What do you elders think? In my opinion, it is better to kill Huang Jihao directly. Shock them. As soon as this remark came out, all the elders agreed. However, the sect leader had a quiet face. But they are so arrogant. Could it be that there are other forces in the dark? In support of this remark, as soon as it came out, when the elders heard this, they couldn't sit still. That's too cowardly, isn't it? All of them are passionate. Let the sect master not be afraid to look at everyone. The crowd was outraged. The sect leader said helplessly, not timidly, I think of the worst possible consequences in everything. The great elder on the side finally couldn't stand the sect leader. You are too cautious, not too timid. Our plans have been put off again and again. Now it can't be delayed any longer. If you don't feel at ease, I have a compromise. A few of our elders went to attack their base camp. They are now focusing on our entanglement. The sect must be empty. As soon as I heard that I was going to steal the house, the other elders were all excited. The sect leader hesitantly asked if he had to fight. As soon as this remark came out, all the elders looked at him with red eyes. Helplessly, the sect leader Huang Zuntian had no choice but to say, "Okay. Then I'll take it upon myself this time. I'm with the good guy. I really want to go to the Vermilion Bird Sword sect and the Yuqing sect together." That's it. The elders and the others immediately cheered. At this time, the great elder looked helplessly at Shan Kuei-Jinren. "Be tough, then. I'm worried that the sect master is stalling again." Meanwhile, after Han Ju's continuous penance, his 6 realms of reincarnation have been cultivated to the 5th level. At the same time, he comprehended the mental powers of the 6 advanced methods of soul-sucking. You can absorb your soul and live in the depths of your own primordial spirit. It can protect the soul. It can also imprison the soul. And it can leave 6 marks on the soul. The 6 seals will last forever, no matter how many times the other person is reincarnated, as long as it should be in the area. You can cross the cycle to find each other. But Han Ju still felt that his cultivation was not enough, even if the holy sect of cloth is not a big threat. But there are also great enemies such as the demon sect, the previous warning of evil. The elder has the cultivation of the void realm. This demon sect's defense is inevitably too outrageous. Just as Han Ju was thinking, Chang Yuer came to visit suddenly. "Tell the master to let him go to Yufeng." It is rare for the Sichuan fairy to invite Han Ju. Han Ju naturally had to give face. "Come to the imperial palace." Most of the disciples are there. The eldest disciple Lu Sanxing has already left the school. Become a core disciple. Today's eldest disciple is the original 7th senior brother Meng He. Soon everyone was shocked to find out. Han Ju was sitting next to the Sichuan fairy. The disciples were puzzled at first, but soon guessed the truth. Could it be that this person is the elder of the gods? When Meng He knew about it, it was a shock for days. But Meng He also immediately ordered everyone. Han Ju's identity must not be passed out. Han Ju was also puzzled in his heart about this matter. What is the master going to do? It must be passed on to me. How to refuse? Just when he had a headache, Fairy Sichuan slowly spoke for a while. "I hope that all of you will not practice and retreat. They are all patrolling the inner and outer gates of the Yuqing sect. The master has sent a message back. The letter said that they were rendezvous with the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Attack the holy cult of the cloth." The detained disciples were also rescued one after another. But he was worried that the holy sect of cloth would attack our sect, because there are only 5 people who have encountered the transformation of gods. The other 5 must have other arrangements. Among the 18 peak disciples, only we have the least contribution from Yufeng. Except for us, the small number of people is also due to the teacher's preference for us. Do you understand? All the disciples were ignited in an instant. Penance for many years. It's time to show your sword. Fairy Sichuan looked at Han Ju on the side at this time. Elder Han defended against the sneak attack of the strong men of the clothed holy sect. Do you have faith? Only then did Han Ju understand why he called himself. It turned out to be a reassuring pill for yourself. Helplessly, Han Ju said that he would deal with the strong. I'm still a little amazing. The disciples heard Han Ju's humble answer. I thought it was stable. At this time, the Sichuan fairy quietly asked Han Ju, "Cultivate to a few floors." Han Ju said, "1 layer. You've been in retreat for so many years. How can it be that the cultivation is not moving forward?" Immediately afterwards, I heard Han Ju say that it was the 1st layer of the gods. Fairy Sichuan was stunned for a moment. Do you dare to believe it? Huang Zuntian, the leader of the holy sect of Lingyi. led his men to steal the house from the Yuqing sect. I didn't expect to enter the mountain gate yet. The seventh-layer elder of the dignified god realm was killed by Hanju with a sword. Just now, Hanju said, his cultivation has reached the first level of the transformation god realm. Sichuan Fairy said, fortunately, I can't be your master anymore, and I didn't teach you anything. Hear him say that. Hanju was also a little embarrassed. Fairy Sichuan said that there was any request. You can bring it up. After all, your kindness to the Yuqing sect, it is far greater than the cultivation of the Jade Qing sect on you. Hanju thought for a moment, said that he needed a nerve-reducing elixir. Fairy Sichuan said that this is really not true. Then try to help me enhance the aura in the cave. Sichuan Fairy said in her heart that Hanju was growing too fast. At that time, the small temple will not be able to hold this big Buddha. He turned around and asked Hanju how long you can stay in the Yuqing sect. People go to high places. The water flows downward. You're growing fast. Maybe there is a heavenly Jade Qing zone that will become a burden to you. Hear the master's doubts. Hanju said righteously, Master. Rest assured, if you want to run, you will run a long time ago. Not to mention that there is really another place to go. You can't avoid the troubles you deserve. Hide in Tibet. It's better to cultivate here with peace of mind. Fairy Sichuan asked suspiciously, cultivation realm. There are more powerful sects than the Yuqing sect. You're not afraid to keep cultivating here. Will it be difficult to improve the realm? Hanju means master. You can trust my qualifications and character. If one day I want to leave, then I'll be sure to tell you in advance. System prompts during conversations. Hanju detected that a strong person had broken into the Yuqing sect. At this moment, the emperor respects Tianhe. Shankue Jinren has come to the top of the mountain outside the mountain gate, peeking at the Jade Qing sect. The Jade Qing zone looked so weak. Will there be a fried? Shankue said. The entire Yuqing sect did not have the transformation god realm. The strong don't even have more than 10 reasons. But Emperor Zuintian's sixth sense told him, there must be a problem. Shankue Jinren urged Huang Zuintian to hurry up. Don't miss the opportunity. But Huang Zuintian hesitated again and again. I'm going to observe and observe again. Look at the way the leader dog swished. Shankue can only scold in his heart if he can't beat you. Lao Tzu has already robbed you of the position of sect leader. The so-called praying mantis catches cicadas. The yellow finch is behind. Looked at the two people in front of him. Han never dared to rush forward. He first trained with a simulator, battled it out in the system. I didn't expect the strength of these two people to be like this. Huang Zuintian and Shan Ke, while arguing about justice and injustice. I only heard someone behind me ask, and the holy sect of cloth is here. You too. Huang Zuintian was shocked. I didn't even notice the breath of the person in front of me. Yuqing Zong really cheated. I don't know the strength of the Comer. Huang Zuintian took a few steps back. However, Shan Ke saw that there was only one person. Angry Boy scolded. You're pretty crazy. I would like to learn your ways. Let's talk about it. The good leader is about to call Han duel when he robs the six directions swallowing heaven seal. Huang Zuintian wanted to stop it, but it was too late, seeing that Shan Ke didn't want to say more. Just want to get your hands dirty. Hanju asked in a secret voice. I heard that the holy sect leader didn't like to kill. Why are you targeting my Yuqing sect? The emperor couldn't answer for a while. Shan Ke has already sealed and smashed towards Hanju. I saw Hanju urging the 3 clear tricks to lead the sword. A flash of gold. Seeing Q hadn't had time to react. Poof! The flesh is turned into a mist of blood. Seeing that he was incarnated as a subordinate with 7th layer strength, was killed by the young man in front of him with a sword. Huang Zuintian trembled and said it was not good. Sure enough, it exploded again. The dignified Saint Sect leader was not only reduced to the flesh, even the Genshin was also imprisoned like a pet by Hanju. Said just for a moment. a good man with the strength of the seventh layer of the God transformation realm, was disillusioned by the Hanju police with one move. Only the good man of the original God is left in the body. I trembled and understood. Why has the sect leader been so cautious? The immortal cultivation realm really has a heaven outside the sky. He just wanted to run away. Yuan Shun was also crushed by Hanju with 2 fingers. Completely obliterate. Emperor Zuantian wanted to stop it, but it's for food and fun. He was not at the 9th layer of the God realm. At this moment, he still can't see through Hanju's strength. There are no more dead people. I'm afraid that the God has broken through the realm of glory and void. Huang Zuantian was incompetent and furious. Throw a sentence, you wait. We, the holy sect of cloth, will never die with you. Turn around and ran. Seeing Hanju, he was speechless for a while. Huang Zuantian performed a whole-body solution. Like lightning, running and talking about my sixth sense was right. Yuqing sect still has such an existence. Good guy, good guy. In the future, I will be able to achieve success. I will avenge you. I don't know that this is Sun Wukong. No, it's Hanju. He sat down. The somersault cloud caught up. Pointing at Huang Zuantian with a sword, he said, I don't plan to let you go. Cut the grass to remove the roots. Do you understand? At this time, Huang Zuantian also had to beg for mercy. Said that Hanju only needs to let him go. When he returned, he would have ordered the congregation not to enter the palace again. After the imperial Qing dynasty, the well water did not interfere with the river water. Really, for a while, Huang Zuantian thought there was a play, and even a flash of sword light. Heaven punishes ghosts and gods. The sword slashed down in an instant. Cool rub. Huang Zuantian also turned into a ball of ridicule. Han Yu Huqi's sword, said to Huang Zuantian's Yuan Shun. Previously, you couldn't have 2 truces. Why can I go back this time? If you want to bluff me, the system will send a prompt at this time. Huang Zuantian has a 2-star hatred for you. Hanju sneered and let out hatred. Then kill it completely, just to deter the holy sect of cloth. Lest you do it later. At this time, only Huang Zuantian of the Yuan God remained. With the last Reiki, the teleportation method of the holy sect of Hui Cloth has been activated. As long as P escapes back, there is still hope. Unless there is a spell that hits hundreds of attacks to prevent the teleportation circle. Huang Zuantian didn't believe that Hanju had this strength. How do you know that Hanju's sword is pointing at the sky? Countless golden lights burst out into the sky. After turning into a sword aura, shoot like a gatling. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. At this moment, Huang Zuantian no longer had the slightest thought of resisting. Only with the last strength, burst out the most terrifying howl in my heart. Such abnormal fluctuations in spiritual power attracted the Yuqing sect's guard monks to come. Was stunned by the scene in front of him. The hill at the main entrance has been flattened. Needless to say, everyone knows who did it. Back to the cold of the cave. The last trace of Huang Zuantian's primordial spirit. Tied up like a hairy crab. He asked in fear who it was. Why did you use that mysterious sect's secret method of not transmitting secrets? 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Kun kun on decide. I'm looking to see if I can eat it. But I heard Han Juezhuang's 13th self-destructive name Changshan. Which sect is Zhao Zilong Changshan? Kuan and Huang Zuntian looked confused. Hanju looked at him stupidly. Then let him quickly tell all the information about the holy sect of Lingyi. After learning that there are no more masters in the holy sect of Lingyi. After the elders lost interest in Huang Zuantian. Huang Zuantian was afraid of being pinched and exploded. Begged Hanju to let him go. Willing to join the Yuqing sect to atone for his sins. Hanju didn't want to destroy him for the time being. Then he cast 6 soul-sucking paths. The emperor will revere the original God of heaven, imprisoned in the depths of his own primordial spirit. Now the Emperor Zuantian has collected the remnants of the holy sect. There is nothing to be afraid of. Kunkin sighed that the master finally didn't have to run away. But Huang Zuantian cursed in his heart. The elders of the holy sect who encouraged him to steal the house. In the future, they will have children, such as Xia Kunkin. Let's talk about Han Ju's side. Just solved the strongest combat power of the clothed holy sect. The Jade Qing sect and the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. Of the coalition forces. It is also in full swing in the hometown of the holy sect of Lingyi. The sect master could not be contacted. I'm planning to retreat to the sect and make plans again. But he was chased by a man. Last time, you people didn't talk about martial arts and engaged in a sneak attack. If you don't tell me where your sect leader is today, don't blame me for Huang Jihao's ruthlessness. The clothed cult has no intention of fighting. I was trying to escape. Was blocked by Yukingzong Li Qingzi and his entourage. The people of the Yuqing sect have taken off the signboard of the holy sect and informed the Church of the Cloth. Your sect leader is on his way to the Yuqing sect to steal his home. Met our beheaded elders. Now our Yuqing sect is safe and sound, and your sect leader has not returned. I guess we don't need to say more. That's the bad news. The cloth cult was completely defeated. Directly raise the white flag and surrender. After the situation calmed down, Han Ju returned to his state of separation. The pills sent by Xian Qingjun were also eaten up. The speed of cultivation is getting slower and slower. Repair for retransformation. The third floor of the divine realm is stagnant. Han Ju, who wanted to lie down like this, was in trouble. Li Zhangjiao's voice came from outside the cave mansion. It turned out that he had rescued Han Ju's unlucky apprentice. Yang Tiandong, who saw his master again, cried into tears. Said that he has been able to hold on until now. It's all about the firm belief that the master will come to save him. Han Ju didn't dare to say that he was afraid of death. Even Yang Tiandong hugged Han Ju and was grateful. Originally, Li Zhangjiao said that Han Ju was trying to protect the safety of the sect. I couldn't get out and go to the rescue. Master is simply the male god of Yukingzong and me. Touching the stupid apprentice's brain. Han Ju also felt a little ashamed. He said that he would pass on what he had learned all his life. At this time, the system also sends a prompt. Yang Tiandong's favorability of you has been increased to 5 stars. Li Qingzi saw that his master and apprentice were reunited after a long absence. Speaking of, he has rescued all the disciples of the Yuqing sect who were taken captive. But according to the undercover agents in the holy sect of Lingyi, they were rewarded. The sect leader disappeared outside the mountain gate of our Yuqing sect. The hill that was blown up, isn't it your handiwork? Han Ju nodded in acquiescence. It was learned that the Emperor Heaven had been destroyed. Li Qingzi was as happy as a 500-pound fat man. Said that it was fortunate that Han Ju had solved the sect leader. They were able to destroy the holy sect so smoothly. Now the Emperor is gone. Death can be eradicated. My Yuqing sect can produce a talent like you. It's like God pulling double eyelids. God has opened my eyes. Han Ju looked at him dancing with his hands. Persuade Li Qingzi to practice hard in the future. Stop making people beat up like grandchildren. At this time, Li Qingzi also remembered a big event. Another half a year, Master Zhu is about to return to the Yuqing sect. In another 5 years, it is the 1,000-year-old ceremony of the opening of the Yuqing sect. Heroes of all sects will be invited to come. I'm going to build momentum for you. Let them all know your demeanor of slashing Huang Zuantian. Let you move to cultivate the true sword. Hear him say that. Han Ju immediately spoke out to stop him. Don't let them know. The leader of the holy sect of the cloth is planted in my hands. I don't want to show my face. I just want to practice well. Seeing that Han Ju wanted to shirk, Li Qingzi also expressed his thoughts. He wanted to borrow the name of Han Ju. Let the sects not dare to fight the idea of the Yuqing sect again. On your side, I have already given birth to a lot of cause and effect for the Yuqing sect. If they joined forces to come to the door, I could have just run away. What about Yukingzong? Will you be able to handle it then? Listen to what Hanju said. Li Qingzi didn't want to say more. It means that then add some aura to your cave. Help you continue to cultivate. Wait for Master Zhu to come back with the genius treasure. It will help you keep improving. Li Qingzi, who said goodbye to Hanju, chattered about the ancestral master as he walked. You got to come back soon. We can't afford to provide for this little ancestor. After successfully destroying the holy sect of Lingyi, the system is against Han again. Absolutely rewarded. All likes are rewarded first. And leave a cheer in the comment area. Friends of 666. The Year of the Rabbit is full of opportunities. Reward Hanju with a 5-grade spirit treasure again. 9-star spiritual boots. Not only can you step on Reiki, absorb Reiki, it can also enhance the Fajira Divine Power fitting method. The flight speed is extremely fast. This proved that Hanju's mind was in line. It's a runaway artifact. There is also a ruthless flying sword cheat book, although extremely lethal. But the disadvantage is that after cultivation, the lust will continue to decline. This kind of thing is still left to the stupid apprentice Yang Tiandong. Unexpectedly, the system rewarded a divine beast egg. Inside is a chaos tengu that can eat the moon. But what Hanju couldn't figure out was that, why are dogs oviparous? How do you hatch this? At this time, in the eyes of Yang Tiandong and Kunkin, Hanju was taking out a genius treasure out of thin air. Could it be that the master is engaged in the wholesale of treasures? Hanju looked at the tengu egg. Look at the Kuan again. A great idea came out of nowhere. There's something I'm going to trouble you today. Master, I'm a male. Half a year later, Yukingzong finally ushered in the day of the return of the ancestors. The disciples of all the sects gathered and stood ready to greet them. After a while, all the disciples only exclaimed, I saw a huge void vortex appear in the sky. A white-haired old man carries a huge monster. Walk out slowly. The old man laughed when he saw the disciples of the Yuqing sect. Even the coercion of laughter far surpassed Duan Tongtian. Inside, listen to Elder Taishang shouting a shock interception. With the golden light of the ground formation, everyone played one side. Welcome the welcome banner of the ancestors of Yukingzong. Elder Taishang looked at the old man in the sky. The cute one asked the master, do you like it enough pomp? Look at such a grand welcome ceremony. Juding real people are satisfied. It's a lot more than when I left. This is a monster that must be honored. I just killed and took it. Go to alchemy and reward the disciples. Everyone on the ground shouted that the ancestor was wise. Jioding Jinren asked Li Qingzi again, this time of my absence, our sect may have outstanding disciples. As a bonus, I can personally teach him for a while. Elder Taishang and Li Qingzi. Then he talked about the deeds of Hanju. Jioding Jinren said, where is such an excellent disciple? I want to meet. Li Qingzi said that Elder Han had been cultivating in the cave mansion. Rarely comes out. Jioding Jinren is not angry. It means that there is no hurry. I want to see him in person for 2 days. Ever since the tengu eggs hatched, Hanju's cave mansion became lively. You can jump with chickens and dogs. Chickens and dogs are restless. Although the dog was hatched by Kuan Kuan. But this dog is arrogant by nature. I don't recognize Kunkin as a nurse. 2-second goods every day in addition to the shelf is a shelf. Elder Han, your 2 demon pets are not simple. Hanju turned back. The person who asked the question was an old man who had never met before. I asked you which old man you were. It is the ancestor of the founding sect. Juding real people. Hanju saw that the ancestor had arrived. Get up immediately. A polite feast salute. In fact, he was already in the system before. I played against the ancestor many times. But in the face of the strength of the ancestor Rong to enter the 8th floor, Hanju has no chance of winning at all. Jioding Jinren thanked Hanju for saving him many times. Lightly traced in danger. said that he wanted to give him a chance. I don't know if he wants to or not. Good luck. Jioding said that he had been overseas for hundreds of years. Now he is the deputy sect master of a hegemonic sect. I'm back this time. I want to take some genius disciples to cultivate. Ask Hanju if he would like to. Even Hanju asked, "Is your sect invincible overseas?" Jioding Jinren said that although it is not invincible, but it is also one of the hegemons. Anya asked voridli. The hegemon is that there are still opponents. Seeing that Hanju was worried, Li Qingzi hurriedly asked Hanju to consider it. Consider agreeing to Master Zhu again. I will stay in the sect for a while. There is no hurry. Li Qingzi also has his little abacus when he says this. He was afraid that Hanju would leave. The Imperial Qing sect is in danger. No one is available. Jioding said he would stay for another 50 years. After transforming the Yuqing sect into a holy place for cultivation, you can consider thinking about it again. Reply again. Nai knew that Hanju's answer was refreshing. Thank you for your love. I decided to stay in Yuqing sect. I want to protect the Yuqing sect like you. Do your best for the Yuqing sect. Hearing Hanju answer, Jioding Jinren didn't want to say more. He instructed Li Qingzi to give the entire mountain to Hanju, so that he cannot rely on the aura of the cave. Absorb the spiritual veins of this mountain. You can continue to cultivate. I heard that the entire mountain was given to Hanju. Li Qingzi and Hanju couldn't help but be surprised. Hanju immediately thanked the ancestor for his gift. It's a lot more risky than going overseas. The ancestor who came out of the Hanju cave mansion asked Li Qingzi, "You're afraid that after he leaves with me, is there no one to protect the Yuqing sect?" Li Qingzi said that he was indeed worried. Moreover, Elder Han was cautious. "I'm afraid I don't want to be cautious." The old man could see that he was cowardly. Can say that cowardice is so fresh and refined. It's the first time I've seen the old man. The old man was not like him back then. Li Qingzi said in his heart. The old man began to pull and pull again. At this time, Hanju in the cave received another system prompt. His decision to choose to stay in the Yuqing sect. Receive a divine power inheritance reward. The magic power, such as the mantra, belongs to the Buddhist magic power. You can override ghosts. Suppress evil spirits. Buddhism divine power system. Do you want me to become a monk? Today is the 15th day of the first lunar month. First of all, I wish the audience a happy Lantern Festival. At the same time, I wish you to like it in the comment area. Friends who commented on 666 were able to delay the start of school. All wishes come true. On this day, Xing Hongxian happily came to find Hanju. Said he was auctioned at the bazaar. A treasure of secret. This is an innate giant spirit domain. Extremely rare. It can automatically gather the aura of heaven and earth. Gave birth to the Jinnel. So he wanted to give it to Hanju. I don't know that Hanju is open. It was discovered that there was evil energy hidden in this object. Dangerous and abnormal. So Hanju casts 6 soul-sucking spells. Suck out all the evil spirits in it. Hanju returned the treasure land to Xing Hongxian. Said that his cultivation was no longer needed for this thing. But Miss Xing broke through the golden pill and used it. Evil has come out. You can use it with confidence. Miss Qin praised Hanju for being fortunate to have him. Can see through this. The concubine is willing to make a promise with her body. Repay the grace of saving lives. Hanju, a straight man, said that your cultivation is too low. There's no way to make sense of this. Found that he was rejected by Hanju again. Xing Hongxian was a little unhappy. Hanju also found that what he said was not quite right. After all, I still like Miss Xing a little. So he pulled out a storage ring. Said that it was full of treasures that Miss Xing had given him before. He kept it all in good hands. Now it's back to you. It can help you improve your cultivation. And I have a lot of aura here. You can move to me and cultivate. Hear this. Xing Hongxian was both surprised and surprised. Could it be that Hanju wants to live with me? found that Xing Hongshuan's face was flushed. Hanju immediately explained that I asked you to move over to Cultivate. That's not what it means. In our relationship, thou shalt not speak out for a while. I'm afraid that the enemy will use you to blackmail me. Qin Hongxian hurriedly agreed. I thought to myself that he really had me in his heart. Listening to Hanju's words, Kunkin and the dog couldn't scratch it. A scumbag dog blood drama. 1.5 years later, through the personal creation of juting real people, the aura of the 18th peak of the Yuqing sect and the inner gate pool has been greatly improved. He also tamed several demon beasts comparable to Yuan Yingjing. Come and guard the sect and the 10,000 demon realm. With the continuous growth of the Yuqing sect, the Millennium Ceremony is also coming. Will turn on. All the righteous sects in the cultivation realm sent people to congratulate them. The Yuqing sect is particularly lively inside and out. But for the Millennium Canon, Hanju was not interested. Cultivation is all he has in life. As the Kuan and the dog grow in size, Hanju built a shack for them outside the cave and instructed these two guys not to go down the mountain to swagger. At this time, the system sends another prompt. The congenital transporter was detected again. This person's name is Su Qi. It is the reincarnation of the heavenly broom star. Born with bad luck, it will affect everyone around you. I heard about Yuqing sect. It is now the most famous sect in the cultivation realm. I wanted to bow to the door. At the same time, the system also gives special tips. Because of the Han Turks, there are descendants of the first emperor. Luck is not affected by the broom star. But don't kill the broom star. Otherwise, the first emperor's luck would not be able to bear it. Hanju was so frightened that he scolded and said that the system, you are a girl. Why didn't you say it earlier? Tell me where he's going. Can't let him get close to Yuqing sect. At this time, Su Qi had already arrived outside the mountain gate. Is about to take a small step towards cultivating immortals. When life takes a big step, Hanju arrived in time with a whoosh. Ask him why a mortal came to the Yuqing sect. Su Qi saw that Hanju was full of immortal spirit. So he asked him if he was an immortal. Can you go directly to the inner door and practice with him? And said that his talent would definitely not disappoint Hanju. Hanju Xin said to let you in. Isn't it to defeat my Yuqing sect deed, you Hanju? He fooled him and said that you were too old. I've already missed the best time to cultivate. Why don't I teach you some cultivation methods? It would be better to find another way. Suki saw him stop him. Thought that Hanju was taken advantage of by other sects to grab his life. Then he scolded Hanju, you are shameless. You want to fool me. It's also tender, Hanju said. You really don't want to go, okay. With that, he grabbed Su Qi by the collar and flew up. Su Qi thought that Hanju was going to do the black. Wow, yelling, don't kill me. Hanju said to kill. You're kidding. My top-notch charm can't suppress your monstrous bad luck. It is said that after Su Qi met Hanju outside the Yuqing sect, Hanju tried to prevent him from entering the sect. So they took him back to his cave. And tell him, if you don't like the comment in the comment area, go back to school right away. At the beginning of the school year, Su Qi asked who Hanju was. Hanju said you don't have to know who I am. Since you don't want to go, then you will stay with me for the rest of your life. Don't think about going out again. At this time, the system sends a prompt. Suki's hatred for you reaches 2 hearts. Han was determined not to say well. There was a terrible aura coming from this kid's body. It's not that he's going to have a bad luck miracle. Unexpectedly, Suki fell down with a bang. There was a rumbling sound in my stomach. It turned out that this kid walked all the way to Yuqing Palace. Didn't eat a single meal. The restaurant I went to didn't close down suddenly. It was hijacked by bandits. Han decided to say that you are really a broom star. Not much. Hanju ordered a full table of takeout for Su Qi. Suki wasn't polite either. Start eating it right away. At this point, the system prompts. Suki's opinion of you has been increased to 3 stars. Watching Suki gobble it up, Hanyu discovered. Suki didn't know that bad luck was brought by him. What a poor child. How about the taste? But it's your last meal. Suki couldn't help but be surprised. I thought Hanju was going to do it again. Hanju told him that you would start cultivating tomorrow. Learn to swallow the method. I'll never have to eat again. That's when Suki reacted. It turned out that Hanju brought him here to practice. Immediately, the system prompts. Suchi's favorability towards Hanju has been increased to 5 stars. Han was determined to say that this kid is really easy to handle. And so is spring, summer, autumn, and winter rotate through 4 seasons. Unconsciously, 13 years later, Hanju had already broken through to the 5th layer of the transformation god realm. Suchi has also grown into a young man. Repair is achieved to build. The 2nd floor of the base realm. Hanju suddenly heard a commotion in the sect. So he asked Suki what day it was. Suchi said that today was the group of disciples that the ancestor had taken away. Came back from overseas. It's been 10 years. At this time, a familiar voice sounded outside the cave. It turned out that the senior sister returned from overseas to visit Hanju. He said it was still comfortable at home. It's much better than the days of fighting and killing overseas. At the same time, he informed Hanju. On the way back, the ancestor led the disciples, completely cleaned up the remnants of the cloth. Even their families have been hollowed out. Han decided to say that it was great. Now you can retreat and practice with peace of mind. Looking at the two, who were eagerly chattering in the distance, Kunkin and the dog began to scratch again. At this time, the system sent a prompt again. Apprentice Yang Tiandong was attacked by a demon cultivator. However, Hanju's Daoshin Qinjun was killed. But it has been resurrected. Xin Qinjun was killed. His cultivation was so high that he was killed. It seems that this immortal cultivation is extremely dangerous. But luckily, he was resurrected. I'll have to ask him when we meet in the future. What is the means of this resurrection? The two finished chatting. The senior sister also said goodbye to Hanju and went to say goodbye to the master. Hanju saw his senior sister this afternoon. It was not affected by the bad luck of the couple. The discovery of bad luck may also be related to the length of contact. At this time, Hanju heard a familiar voice again. Said to be back. Hanju looked at it. It turned out that the ancestor personally visited, and Suchi was rubbing the old ancestor's shoulders and beating his back at the moment. The ancestor was very happy. Then he opened his mouth and asked Hanju, "Your disciple has good qualifications. Why don't I take him overseas to pursue the road?" Hear this. Hanju was frightened again. Why is Miss Xing dressed so coolly? Why did Jioding Jinren reduce his cultivation for 100 years? Friends who didn't leave a message in the comment area didn't start school. Top Air Halo. The latest episode is here again. Said that the ancestor of the mountain, Jioding Jinren, returned from overseas. Brought a lot of treasures to Hanju. I plan to give Hanju more reload. Boost the aura of the cave. Meantime, the ancestor also fell in love with Hanju's broom, star disciple Suchi. I'm going to take him overseas to experience the experience. After consulting Suzy, Suzy was also willing. Han was determined to say Master Zhu. You're doing it to death. Juding real people. The original intention was to reduce the trouble of Hanju as a teacher. But I don't know how powerful Suchi's broom star physique is. Hanju reluctantly told the patriarch. This kid has secrets that can't be said. Master Zhu, you really can't take him away. Suzy is also smart. I saw that Master Zhu actually wanted a little disciple. It is also necessary to obtain Hanju's consent. I knew that Hanju's status in the sect was not simple. Thighs can't be swapped around. It's better to hug the master's thigh. Let's practice in peace. So Suchi thanked the ancestor for his kindness. He said that he wanted to continue his practice with the master. Defend the Yuqing sect. Ancestor filial piety. If there is really a teacher, there must be a disciple. Either way, Han decided to say that I am not saving your face. I'm saving your life. Juding real person said. He had already touched all the details of the dying cultivation realm. Right now, there are no sects that dare to fight the Yuching sect. You can cultivate with peace of mind. At the same time, there is also a great opportunity. I don't know if Hanju wants it or not. Hanju saw that the ancestor took it out. It turned out to be the order of the heavenly immortal mansion that Xian Qingjun wanted to give him before. I didn't expect the ancestor to be so honorable. Unexpectedly, the powerhouse on the 8th floor also took this as a treasure. It seems that this token is really not small. But Hanjuji is not here. He declined the kindness of the ancestor. When bidding farewell to the ancestors, Han decided to say that he had been served by Su Qi for so long. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape your bad luck. Another decade has passed. The ancestor's bad luck really came. He was attacked by demons in his practice. Reduced the number of centennial walks. His buddy Zhou. He is also dead, but he was reborn by the powerful soul element. At this time, Hanju, who had reached the 6th layer of the nerves, has been able to fight against the ancestor in the system for half an hour. And Su Qi is cultivating hard. The bad luck is also getting stronger. Fortunately, the Chaos Tengu itself is a divine beast of luck, can ensure that Kuan is safe and sound. The family in Dongfu was also happy. One day, Hanju learned that Xing Hongxian had returned to the sect. I wanted to go and see Miss Xing. Naiji knocked on the door of the torture girl. Hanju saw the cool scene in front of him. Xing Hongxian saw that Hanju was coming, so he took him by the arm to show him the big treasure. Big Baby Han decided to say that just watch it. A girl in the cave showed Han do a bunch, something from the forbidden land of the ancients. Let Hanju pick whatever he likes. Han decided to say that it was like this. I appreciate your kindness, Big Baby. Suddenly, Hanju found it with the divine stone. One of them is something like a spiritual slot. It actually contained a faint divine thought. I continued to study it. Sure enough, serious men are the most charming. At this moment, Xing Hongxian actually wrapped up Hanju's body. It is said that Hanju, who watched the Big Baby at Xing Hongxuan's place, discover a magic vessel that resembles a spiritual tablet. There is even a trace of the divine stone. After that, all of a sudden, the divine stone was sucked in. Hanju saw it. In front of him, a god standing up to the sky and the earth stood in front of him, and informed Hanju of the person who got this opportunity. A tantric method can be obtained. The name is the puppet of the sky. Golems can be crafted from spiritual power. Its strength depends on the cultivator's cultivation. Celestial golems cannot fight on their own. It requires the maker to detach a trace of soul thought to control the puppet. Similar to the clone being destroyed, it does not affect the maker. The disadvantage is that it is not long-lasting enough. When the spirit is depleted, it will stop moving. You can't use it again until you're fully charged. If you add Genius Debit to manufacture, can make the puppet endurance and solid, far more than the maker, because there is no need to breathe, can be crafted in bulk and placed in storage rings. Han was determined to say that this would not have a bunch of doppelgangers. At this time, the divine soul told Hanju again, use the world's top magic weapons and stunt spiritual power. Can create the ultimate heavenly golem. Its heavenly power can rival that of the first emperor. As soon as the words fell, the appearance of the huge divine soul gradually became clear. Hanju was fierce for a while. The demon god in front of him looks like a Gundam. In an instant, Hanju was sent back to reality. When he opened his eyes, he saw Xing Hongxian riding on top of him. Most of his clothes have been stripped by him. Hanju jumped up from the bed with a snort, as if he was the one who suffered. Hanju said in his heart, fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, this body has been guarded for almost 200 years. It almost broke the score. Hanju tidied up his clothes, said to Xing Hongxian, I will take this brand away and study it first. I'll come back another day. I heard that Hanju will come over. Miss Xing understood the small action just now. Hanju was not disgusted. It seems that you and I are both reasonable. Sooner or later, there will be drama. Hanju, who returned to Dongfu, continued to delve deeper into how this puppet was made. This secret method is truly extraordinary. Control the golem with soul thoughts. It's also equivalent to an extra pair of eyes. I've got to give it to my female friends. Make one per person. In case an affair shows that the puppet can save their lives. Even if the puppet can't beat it, just share the location. I'll be able to get there in time. As for the function of sharing the field of view, I'm so upright. It's not going to be messed around. Come to think of it, Hanju immediately excitedly planned to make 10 first. However, Hanju still underestimated the difficulty of making the heavenly puppet. Although it is not difficult to manufacture, but it's too cumbersome. It takes a lot of time to work as carefully as a model. 2 years later, Hanju finally made the first puppet. He dodged and came to the cave of Xinghong Fist. He's still practicing. Was Hanju's sudden appearance. Taken aback. If you see that it's Hanju, a happy smile spread across his face again. Hanju directly took out the heavenly puppet. Puppet! He puts this puppet in your storage ring. Wherever you go in the future, you have to take it with you. Moment of truth. He can save your life. Xing Hongxian was pleasantly surprised. Mei Zizi looked at the puppet of the sky. His body is really similar to his husband. The following year, Hanju created 2 more heavenly puppets. Hanju gave Chang Yuer and Xishuan Fairy respectively. Chang Yuer was please until has been pestering Hanju. It took Hanju a long time to escape. Fairy Xishuan was very calm. There wasn't much communication either. 2 women, a passion like fire, a high as ice. Hanju is used to it. The heavenly golem is his doppelganger. Except that there is no magic weapon of his. Can show his true strength. It's great. Hanju once thought about it. Do you want to make an army? But after making 3 heavenly golems, he dismissed the idea. Soul thoughts. It is equivalent to cutting a piece from his soul. A few soul thoughts are fine. If only dozens. That's the problem. A little more of his soul would have been sliced into a remnant. In addition, creating a puppet of the sky also delayed his cultivation. In the past 2 years, his cultivation did not increase at all. If you were obsessed with creating a puppet of the sky, wouldn't it delay your practice? 3 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Hanju suddenly received a system prompt. You're 200 years old. Choose to keep a low profile. Obtain a spiritual treasure. The 4 products contain June glazed coffins. This item reflects all attacks below the void mirror. Does not contain special supernatural powers. It can effectively defend against the impact of the soul god. It's a defensive spirit treasure again. The system knows my heart. From now on, Hanju was a spiritual treasure from head to toe. Armed to the extreme, it was impossible for the avatar mirror to hurt him. As for the glory mirror, don't think about direct seconds. Kill him, and he will take this crown. The sense of security has increased again. Hanju, who was in a happy mood, continued to cultivate. Another 5 years have passed. Jioding Jinren left with a group of disciples. Travel overseas. Before leaving, Chang Yuer came to say goodbye. Hanju spent a long time. Sent away this crying senior sister. After Jioding real people left, Hanju was bored. I used a simulated trial to test the Yuqing sect. Except for him. Cultivate to the highest person. The system prompts Li Qianlong, the strongest person in the sect at present. Descendant of the 5th layer Poison King of the God Realm. Poison King Li Qianlong. Hanju, the heir of the Poison King, had a strange expression. The name Li Qianlong is so familiar. Seems to have heard it somewhere. More than 100 years ago, Maju invited him to find an opportunity. It seems that what I am looking for is this cave house before Li Qianlong's death. Since it was alive, that means the person is dead. It can transform the cultivation of the fifth layer of the god realm. In the wild goose cultivation realm, it can be said to be extremely high. If only he were still there. That is bound to cause a lot of commotion. But Hanju had never heard of his own people. This shows that Li Qianlong infiltrated the Yuqing sect. Hanju immediately searched for Li Qianlong's location. This man turned out to be on the main peak. At this moment, it is necessary for a real person to summon all the disciples of Ji Zhufeng. Inform everyone of the news of the departure of Jiuding real people. Li Qianlong looks ordinary. The aura was also suppressed on the first floor of the Jindan realm. An honest look. Who would have thought that he was the descendant of the Poison King? Li Qianlong learned that Jiuding Jinren was far away. Be chuffed to bits. He finally waited for his chance. Before Jiuding real people, he didn't dare to mess around. Now Jiuding real people are leaving. He finally had the feeling of seeing the light of day through the clouds. Calm down, and one more person will hinder me. Li Qianlong silently thought of the most mysterious person in Yuqing. Elder Slayer. I've heard of the reason why the holy sect of Lingyi was defeated. It was the sect leader who killed the Yuqing sect. As a result, there is no return. Other words, Elder Slayer. It has the horror of killing the leader of the holy sect of cloth. Strength Li Qianlong before the implementation of the plan. A way must be found to deal with the god slaying elders. And so it goes. 5 years have passed. Hanju broke through the 7th layer of the Jihua divine realm. It is getting closer and closer to the Yongxu realm. Hanju called up the email in the interpersonal relationship. Check out your Dailu Xian Qinjun to understand life. Comprehend supernatural powers. Your friend Mo has fallen into the devil's path with revenge. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu comprehends the natal divine power. Your friend Jiuding Jinren was attacked by the Demon King. Seriously injured. Your friend Jiuding is really angry. The Tao heart is damaged. Your friend Zhou Fan has achieved hegemony. World shaking. The chill was stunned. So many great things have happened in the past 5 years. Mo revenge actually fell into the devil's path. What happened to him? Jiuding real people are really miserable. It deserves to make you have to keep an eye on the broom star. And Zhou Fan. Yes, I'm worthy of your mortal word. Hanju took a deep breath. I feel like I can't let up. His cultivation is in the realm of wild goose cultivation. Maybe it's already the ceiling, but it doesn't represent the future, where he has to cultivate diligently. A protagonist like Zhou Fan. Maybe it will change an era. Therefore, Hanju decided to go all out to sprint to the glory realm. In a blink of an eye, another 10 years have passed. Hanju's cultivation reached the 8th layer of the transformation god realm, and it's not far from the 9th floor. On this day, Li Qingzi came to visit. In order to prevent Su Qi from passing on bad luck to Li Qingzi, Hanju walked out of the cave. Elder Han hasn't seen him for a long time. How is the practice? Li Qingzi asked enthusiastically. Now he can be described as full of scenery. With the help of Jiuding real people, his cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the cause realm. In addition to cultivating, he is also the head of the righteous path of the Dian cultivation realm. Over the years, Hanju also didn't see who attacked him. Colonel Hanju asked Li Changjiao what was the matter with him. Li Qingzi said, "The Righteous Path Immortal Cultivation Conference is about to begin." The conference was located in the eastern part of the Great Yan Dynasty. Gain Terran charm to help. In front of Hanju's eyes, a reminder of the Elder Sect appeared. Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the Immortal Cultivation Conference. You have the following options. 1. Refuse to continue cultivating. You can get a spiritual treasure. 2. Accept to follow the long sect and leave the sect. You can get a high-grade spirit stone. The difference in rewards between the two is huge. However, Hanju was used to such a choice. It wasn't the system that forced him to make a choice. Instead, he had chosen to cultivate in a low-key manner before. This is the system according to his wishes. Chart out the path of choice. Hanju silently chose the first option. The Immortal Cultivation Conference is prone to accidents at a glance. Or something big. Hanju shook his head and said that he would not go. Li Qingzi sighed secretly. Elder Han's penance was truly outrageous. It's him. There is the strength of Hanju. Has long been at large. At this time, Hanju asked Li Qingzi about Li Qianlong's situation. Li Qingzi said that this person was his junior brother. He was once a genius of the Yuqing sect that was difficult to come out of for 100 years. Both this person and Guan Yugang like the Sichuan fairy. For this reason, there was also a life and death battle. At that time, my master intervened. He was seriously injured in a sneak attack. Luckily, I intervened in time to stop him. I didn't make a big mistake. After that, he was cut off from the meridians and imprisoned in Siboya. But he fled from Siboya. I also left a note saying that I would be back sooner or later. Destroy the Yuqing sect. Han Jushin said that my master is really not worry-free. No wonder he didn't let his disciples fall in love. Li Qingzi asked Hanju why he suddenly asked about this person. Hanju can't be said to have been detected by the system. It can only be said, has already fought with this person's spies in the sect. I learned that Li Qianlong had already started to act. Li Qingzi couldn't help but be surprised. This matter had to be communicated quickly to the sect. Before leaving, he instructed Hanju to catch Li Qianlong. But don't be too aggressive. Be sure to keep your mouth alive. After Li Qingzi left, the system pops up again. Congratulations on obtaining the superb Spirit Treasure Book of Doom. The Book of Doom is a superb spiritual treasure. Curse creatures to bring bad luck to each other. At the same time, it will not be noticed by the other party. Well, a superb Book of Doom. Curse Hanju and return to the cave. Take out the Book of Doom. Although this is a superb spiritual treasure, but it doesn't look like a mascot. There's so many seals on it. Is it stacking buffs? Suchi looked at the Book of Doom in Hanju's hand. I don't know why I feel inexplicably close. Hanju knew very well that Suchi should not be allowed to approach the Book of Doom. It's not a good thing for these two bad luck to come together. Hanju intends to start dripping blood to recognize the Lord. Find an enemy and experiment with it. With blood dripping in, the seal was lifted. A powerful aura of doom burst out. Let's start with the elimination of evil. He is the #1 enemy, but his cultivation is too high. It may not have much effect. He poured 6 spiritual powers into the Book of Doom, began to curse Li Qianlong. After all, this division will perish. I am Yuqing sect, and make this moth. As a result, my disciples can't talk about love. He imagined Li Qianlong's face in his mind. Suddenly, a picture appeared in my mind. There is a bamboo house between the mountains and rivers. Li Qianlong knelt at the door of the bamboo house. He said in a deep voice, "Master, what do you have to do to get out of the mountain?" A faint old voice came from inside the bamboo house. As a teacher, he has withdrawn from the cultivation realm for thousands of years. I don't want to get involved in the strife in the cultivation realm anymore. You will avenge your vengeance. The teacher has passed on the mantle to you. Don't take an inch. Hearing this, Li Qianlong was very unwilling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, then pass on the secret recipe of the poison god pill to me. I can't do it on my own. That's your master's treasure. Pass it on to you in case you poison your master in the future. Isn't it very unjust to be a teacher?" Li Qianlong almost vomited blood. The Poison King's voice floated out again. Before jilting real people, I have already perceived the existence of a teacher. As a teacher, you can't offend him rashly. Today's Yuqing sect is also counted. It's like the sun is shining. Few sects dare to offend them. But if you insist, you can find the way, family. Although the Wei family is not first class in the great banquet cultivation realm, but they often traveled from one realm to another. Very well connected. Li Qianlong thanked him and left. I scolded as I walked. He can worship under the Poison King. It's not shit luck either. He has been a medicine for the Poison King for 100 years. All kinds of poisons have been tried. Said that from now on, he will be the only heir of the Poison King. As a result, the Poison King is a dog thing. I didn't even leave one hand to teach it personally. He didn't pay attention at this point. A thundercloud crept overhead, caught with one's pants down. A bolt of clear sky struck him. Fortunately, Li Qianlong's cultivation is high, and there were no injuries. He raised his eyes to the heavens. Secretly cursed the evil sect. Han Ju cursed Li Qianlong for a while. He was also unable to test the results. You can only give up. Concentrate on cultivation. A month later, Yang Tiandong came back. Today's Yang Tiandong has completely shown his talent. After entering the Jindan realm, first, he was promoted to an elite disciple. He was then promoted to the core disciple of the Yuqing sect. It is one of the faces of the younger generation of Yuqing sect. Master, I'm going to go to the Immortal Cultivation Conference. When the time comes, the various sects will learn from each other. Can you pass on another trick to me? Seeing that Su Qi came up again to join in the fun, Han Ju kicked Yang Tiandong away. Tell him that he is the teacher, and he will teach you another trick. You go outside and wait. Han decided to say, don't be like your ancestors. 5 years later, Han Ju finally broke through the 9 warehouses of the Jihua divine realm. Next up is the Melting Void. But once you enter the Melting Void realm, the aura of the cave is not enough. Delay yourself and delay Susie. Han Yu looked at Suki. I felt that I couldn't let him stay in the sect to cultivate. I came up with a plan. Han Jiejia can summon Su Qi over. Han Ju said that you have been following me for a while. It can be regarded as having entered the path of cultivation. I'll give you a task. If only I could be done, and they will take thee as a disciple. One Yen Suchi's eyes lit up. Hurriedly asked what the task was. I want you to go to Beizhou to join the demon sect. You don't have to do anything. It's good to lurk in the demon sect to cultivate. In the future, I will personally go to the Jade demon sect. Destroy their sect. Pick you up. Su Ci Shakhan Yu. Since you want to destroy the Jade demon sect. How strong is that Han Ju? Su Qi hurriedly assured that the Taoist disciple would complete the task. This is a confidential mission. You go now. Leave the Yuqing sect directly. You are not allowed to deal with anyone in the Yuqing sect. After walking out of the innate cave mansion, the sun shone on Suki. He couldn't help but feel like he was in a different world. He clenched his fists. Take a deep breath of the master's test. I'm going to have to finish it. He suddenly realized a problem. Where was Beizhou? It doesn't matter. I'll be able to find out. This is certainly one of the tests of the master. In a dark canyon, Li Qianlong leaned against the mountain wall, looking at the sky full of demonic fog. Abandon the gaze. A battle between monsters set off a bloody storm in this small canyon. Li Qianlong led a group of monks to hide in the dark. Fear of being affected. A young monk couldn't help but complain to Senior Li. Don't you know the way? How did it bring us to the demon library? Li Qianlong was also very depressed. In recent years, his luck has been extremely bad. The road was struck by lightning. Cultivation meets demons. Robbing young monks. As a result, people are strong gods. Pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. This time, it was even more unlucky with the children of the Wei family. No, I haven't got my revenge yet. Can't stay here. 2 years later, Han Ju's cultivation finally reached the great perfection of the transformation god realm. He excitedly opened the system interpersonal panel. Look at what's happened in both years. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong was attacked by the Demon King, seriously injured. Your apprentice Yang Tiandong got a chance. Awaken the bloodline of the Demon Saint. Your divine pet Chaos Tengu cultivation has gone wrong. 20 years off. Your friend Don't Take Revenge. Attacked 104 times by righteous monks. Your friend Changwei got a chance by chance. Repair for a great increase. Your apprentice, Su Chi, was attacked 27 times by demon cultivators. Your apprentice, Su Chi, was captured by the Progos faction. Your apprentice, Su Chi, spreads bad luck. The Progos faction suffered a catastrophe that has not been seen for hundreds of years. The whole faction is destroyed. The whole faction is destroyed. Hanju was stunned. I call the cow batch in my heart. It is worthy of being the broom star of the heavenly court. It's a nuclear bomb. A few days later, outside the demon pet building, there was a real person who said to dozens of disciples, "From today, all disciples are not allowed to enter the 10,000 demon realm. Wait for the opening notice." A main peak disciple couldn't help but ask, "Master, something happened in the 10,000 demon realm." All the disciples were curious. Hanju turned his head to express his gratitude to Jin Shuzhen. "I don't know how long I will stay in the 10,000 demon realm this time." He didn't think about it. Hanju may want to break through the dragon realm. The legend of the Han Turk start. Go straight to the 10,000 demon realm and go to the catastrophe. He has only been a god for 100 years. In his 200s, he reached the state of glory and vanity. Juding real people also spent thousands of years. To reach the realm of glory and vanity, you must know that Joding is a real person. Back then, it was the first day of the Great Yin cultivation realm. The God Slayer Elder is in the 10,000 demon realm, even though we can't get the word out about it. I heard that the God Slayer Elder was inside. The disciples kept talking, very excited. A few days later, Guan Yu Gang arrived. I saw so many people gathered outside the building. He yelled angrily, "All of them get out of the way. Who would dare to gather here again? Degrade the outer door." As soon as this statement came out, all the disciples of the cultivator dispersed. Sensing that the god-slaying elder was indeed in the 10,000 demon realm, Guan Yu Gang smiled secretly, finally waiting for the opportunity. On the other side, in the 10,000 demon realm, full flood, the heavenly tribulation shook the entire 10,000 demon realm. With the last thunderbolt slashing, Hanju finally survived the catastrophe, promoted to the rank of Grand Monk of the Glory Realm. Congratulations! Break through to the realm of glory. Obtain a half-life magic weapon and a half-life method. The treasure will merge with your soul. Only recognize you. As you get stronger, the half-life magic weapon will also continue to grow stronger. About the half-life magic weapon, you have one of the following options. 2. Defensive magic weapons. Hanju is a defensive spirit treasure all over his body. Natural selection. After all, he is a sword cultivator. Select one directly. The system prompts again. Congratulations on getting the Harmony OS decision key. Harmony OS decision key. Since you are not reincarnated regularly, rather, it descends through Hongmeng. The aura of Hongmeng in this matter. Refine Hongmeng, the magic weapon of your half-life. Hanyu ul Stunid. But Hongmeng in the novel of the Flood Wilderness. The system did not answer him. Hanju opens the properties panel. It was found that the life expectancy skyrocketed to 8,940 years. It's so cool. Hanju also noticed his identity as a human race. There are more words for the stage of retirement. This is a hint of going to the immortals. Hanju body or glory and void realm. It feels more divine. It's just a day by day. The sense of God can extend hundreds of miles away. Flowers and monsters can perceive the truth. Who was Hanju who sensed that someone had entered the 10,000 demon realm? Why is this Guan Elder here? Guan Yu Gang found that the aftermath of the Thunder Tribulation had not dissipated. Presumably, this god-slaying elder has just broken through. I don't know where he is hiding to consolidate his cultivation. At this time, a voice came from behind Guan Yu Gang. "Who are you looking for?" "This is the Elder Slayer," Guan Yu Gang said secretly. "So handsome, Elder Guan. Are you looking for me?" Han decided to say, "It doesn't look like a good person." "That's right, Elder Slayer. I'm at stake. I had a pact with you." "Agreed," Han Ju asked suspiciously. "Treasure, I'm going to challenge you. If I win, I am the elder of the Yuqing sect." "You forgot," Guan Yu Gang Xian said. He wouldn't be afraid of me, so he didn't want to fight. At this time, Han Ju suddenly remembered. Fairy Shishuan once asked him to suppress senior brother Guan. Han Jueshin said, "If you don't come soon, you don't come late. Just take advantage of my breakthrough. It's about being too lazy to be polite." Began to mobilize spiritual power. "I'm going to use a new collar." Wu's supernatural power made Han Ju in a second. I saw that he really gasified the sword. This avatar comes with real damage. It has the effect of being broken. Guan Yu just met. With a wave of the flying sword, he stabbed through the air and stabbed at Han Ju. Han Ju didn't panic. The hand pinched the sword finger. "I'm going to use a trick that hasn't been used for a long time." Pointing to the divine sword, I saw a golden giant sword descending from the sky. Comparatively, Guan Yogong's flying sword looked so small. Shocked, Guan Yu Gang was smashed in the face by a giant sword. Guan Yu Gang vomited blood and flew out. It's like a kite with a broken string falling on a hillside. His whole person's aura instantly withered. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even catch Han Ju's sword. Elder Slayer is so perverted. It's ridiculous that I still want to beat him with one move. "Sister, I know why you miss him," Han Ju said to Guan Yu Gang with a smile. "Elder Guan, actually, you're already very strong. Just pick the wrong opponent." Guan Yu Gang was stunned. At the moment, he didn't feel that the other party was bragging. Han Ju didn't stay long. Before leaving, he told Guan Yu Gang Yukingzong, "Now you're worth my shot. Don't be discouraged. Yuqing sect has a future with you." Guan Yu Gang looked at Han Ju's back. Instead, there was a hint of comfort. "Back to your own hill." Han Ju suddenly had an idea. He cast a spell with his right hand. The dirt rises. It quickly condensed into a stone tablet. Han Ju uses paper as a pen. On the steel, for words were mentioned to cultivate asceticism and become immortals. "This is the name of the mountain from now on." Kuan and Dog also found that their master's breath was better than before. It should have broken through again. Catch time by the forelock. Han Ju conducted a simulated trial with judging real people. Half a minute later, Han Ju opened his eyes. He let out a sigh. "I can finally beat you. Ancestor, you're a real dog." There are so many ways. The Chill's confidence was greatly increased. From now on, there is no need to fear the demon sect. There is also the elimination of evil that allows you to enter the second floor. At this point, the system pops up the list of relationships again. Your apprentice Su Chi was repaired by ghosts. 12 attacks. Your apprentice Suki has killed tens of thousands of living beings. Karma increases. Your friend Li Qingzi has encountered a demon cultivator. 58 attacks. Your friend Li Qingzi encounters a righteous monk. 44 attacks. Your friend Li Qingzi was seriously injured. Life hangs by a thread. Your Taoist Xian Qin Jun left the world. Your friend Don't Take Revenge. Slaughter one side. Karma is monstrous. Your friend Xing Hongxian strayed into the secret realm of the ancient monks. Life and death unknown. The immortal cultivation realm has been so exciting recently. Damn, who attacked me Yukingzong again? The two ways of teaching and suppressing demons want to rebel. Don't take revenge. This is on the road of no return. And Xing Hongxian. Obviously mortal. How to always get a baby. Chance. Could it be that I was infected by the charm of my descendants of the first emperor? Hanju didn't think much about it anymore. Set a small goal and step into the merger realm as soon as possible. 2 years later, Li Qingzi came to visit. This thread has reverted to the usual tragedy of decades ago. And two side, I can't teach you to live in peace for a day. Can't you cultivate well for hundreds of years? Li Qingzi was embarrassed and didn't have time to explain more. The two realms of righteousness and demon in the wild goose cultivation realm are uniting. Prepare to join forces to attack my Yuqing sect.